The September 23rd, 2025 City Council meeting. Anne Marie, could we please start with a roll call?
Councilmember Jones.
Here.
Councilmember Kemp.
Here.
Councilmember Whalen.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Orgill.
Here.
Mayor Renagi.
Here. And then Mayor Pro Tem will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join me for the pledge.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam City Attorney, do we have any announcements from closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The City Council convened in closed session pursuant to the 6 items listed on its agenda. There was no public comment in advance of closed session. We got going a little late though, so we did not reach item 1A or B. Item 4 for either case or item 6A. With respect to the remainder of the items, there was no reportable action. Oh, and for the record, Councilmember Orgill Mayor Pro Tem Orgill recused himself on item 6B.
Okay, thank you. And then, Mr. City Manager, any additions or deletions to the council agenda?
No additions or deletions. I know when the time comes, the mayor will, I think you're expected to move up the West Street undergrounding project to shortly after a public comment.
Yeah, and I think what we're going to do there is we're going to take the consent calendar and see what items want to be council members or the public wants to pull. We'll approve the consent calendar, then hear the West Street item, and the items that were pulled from the consent calendar will be taken after the West Street item.
Right.
So that's how we'll handle that. And then we have 3 items, 3 presentations. So the first one is related to Child Cancer Awareness Month and the American Cancer Fund for Children's and Kids Cancer Connection. What they do is they sponsor toy distributions, home and hospital instructional programs, Laughter Noon, Laughter is Healing, family sailing programs, just great programs for families in unimaginable circumstances. They're not here tonight, but we are going to mail them this proclamation. So we appreciate all that they do. And as it relates to childhood cancer, which is something that no family or no child should ever have to experience. So we will mail them that proclamation. And now we have an item of extraordinary business related to the recognition of 3 of our lifeguards and citizens for ocean rescue at Treasure Island Beach on July 18th, 2025. So I'm going to join Chief Kaibon down there to present that. So please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm here to highlight an act of bravery that took place on Friday, July 18th at Treasure Island Beach. At approximately 7:41 p.m., Marine Safety Units, along with the Laguna Fire Department, responded to a call of distress reporting multiple swimmers in trouble in a rip current at the southern end of Treasure Island Beach. Upon arriving, several lifeguards found several victims struggling in the water, each experiencing different levels of distress. Thanks to the prompt and decisive actions of our lifeguards, alongside 3 brave surfers, we were able to stabilize a semi-conscious near-drowning victim and 2 others with injuries. It's my honor to specifically recognize Mason Davis, age 16, Levi Mauga, age 19, and Tommy Zalaka, age 15, who without hesitation jumped into action. These 3 teenage surfers reached the most critical patient beyond the surf line, providing initial support while waiting for the lifeguards to arrive. Their early intervention made a significant positive difference in the outcome of this emergency. Thanks to the coordinated efforts between our marine safety team and these courageous young men, all victims were successfully brought back to shore and received the necessary medical care. Please join me in congratulating Mason, Levi, and Tommy for their heroism and selflessness. Why don't you guys come up to the front? And also, I'd just like to throw in that lifeguard tryouts are just around the corner, and you guys would be great candidates. And as a token of our appreciation, and we hardly give these out, especially to members of the public, but we have a Laguna Beach lifeguard and city challenge coin. It's very special. And again, this is just well deserved by these three young men. So thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Amazing work. So thank you to the three of them. Okay, so our final item, our final presentation for the evening will be a presentation from the Laguna Beach Historical Society. So as many of you know, we are approaching our city's 100th year anniversary. And so what the goal is every few meetings to have a presentation from the Historical Society about a key moment or period in Laguna Beach history, because there are very few cities that have the history that we have. So Carol, please go ahead.
Dr. Mayor Renagi and City Council members. My name is Carol Lloyd, and I represent my family, my history, and the Laguna Beach Historical Society, of which I'm a board member. But my family's back there, and we're going to have a good time. So I wanted to share just for a short time. Last time I shared, I had my mother's map here, which was wonderful to share with you. But now I put together a PowerPoint, and I'll go through it as quickly as I can because I know your schedule is busy tonight. Next slide, please. This is my mother, and her name is Burl Wilson Vbeck. And because of her, we have found so much out about Laguna Beach history, not only with our family, but with many families in the pioneering times of Laguna Beach. She has done a lot of primary research. She has passed now, of course, but I'm here to represent her because she left a legacy for our family, but she also left a legacy for Laguna Beach. Next slide. In her search for finding who she was told owned Laguna Beach property for so way back, she and my father, as I shared last month, went up to Sacramento and found the title of my great-great-grandfather, Henry Rogers' homestead title. I wish it were larger so you could see it, but it was signed by Rutherford B. Hayes, and all the presidents at that time when a homestead was granted needed to sign those titles. And while she was up in Sacramento in the mid-1990s with my father, she turned the microfiche reel and found 38 other homestead titles of Laguna Beach. And Laguna Beach was public domain. It was not part of the Mexican grants, land grants. It was public domain. So who settled and started Laguna Beach way back then were the homesteaders. Next slide. Henry acquired his homestead of 160 acres from Temple Hills all the way over to Bluebird Canyon. So right up here is where he was. And it's so exciting to think about that. When I look up on that hill, I can't quite envision what it looked like, but I know it was, of course, a wonderful time in that 1870 time period. You cannot see it, but on this title, layout that my mother typed, not on computer, but on typewriter. She put all the 39 homesteaders on this form, and you will see the Goff homestead up there, Hemingway's up there, Warling, Oscar Warling, who is a family member of ours. Thurston, of course, is up there. Brooks is up there, so quite a few of them. Our Henry Rogers was the 5th homesteader in Laguna Beach. Next slide. This is Abraham Lincoln's Homestead Act, of which those titles were granted from. He wanted to open up the West. So in 1862, May 20th is when that Homestead Act started. And at the time, like I mentioned, the current president needed to sign that title. Next slide. This is a copy of my mother's map that I brought last time. And on there, she laid out, and this is what she did, laid out all the plot lines and all the boundaries as best she could of every homestead she found, using those titles that she copied off in Sacramento. So she divided the map, and the map is really indicative of the 3 homestead areas, Laguna, Arch Beach, which is south, and then the middle section. So all of those homesteaders are up there. The notes, the small writing that you might glance at, is her writing where she listed all of them, plus further information than that. On the left is the Canyon Road. Left of that is the Irvine Company's land. They did not come into Laguna Beach, but they were adjacent to the Canyon Road. Next slide. My mother put the map together, as she said, as a remembrance and homage to those 39 homesteaders and those who have gone before us, and to share my drawing and hand lettering for us who love Laguna Beach. Next slide. This is a close-up, more of a close-up of the map. And you will see George Thurston's homestead, which is the ranch, of course. Mark Christie is there. And he's thrilled about having his ranch on a homestead. And that's an exciting time period to have George Thurston there. The Goffs are on that part of the map also. The only woman homesteader was a Goff sister, and she's the only woman homesteader during that time. The next slide shows a list. We are number 5, Henry Rogers, signed by Rutherford B. Hayes. This is my mother's handwriting. And so the first one was George Fountain. You'll also see Henry Goff's there, Harvey Hemingway, William Brooks, Lulu Goff, which is the woman homesteader, and Oscar Warling, Joseph Yock. So all of those were our pioneering homesteaders, which is so exciting. The next slide. This is my family, basic family tree, with generation 1 being Henry and his son George Rogers, who I shared last time about having the ranch house right here at the City Hall. And I will share next time about more of him and some of the land in Forest Avenue, Ocean Avenue that he sold during that time. And I will talk about some of those developments. So we're way down at the bottom, and my mother is Burl, her mother is Lenore, so it goes all the way up. So that's it for today, but thank you very much for having me. I'm honored to be here.
Thank you, Carol, for that fascinating presentation. And I encourage everyone to join, become a member of the Laguna Beach Historical Society, because I think, especially as we look at, really we're beyond 100 years. Because if you think about the homesteaders, it'd be 1976 was our centennial. But, ahead of our centennial for incorporation in 2027, they will be doing a lot of activities. So really appreciate the partnership and looking forward to continue telling the stories of our fascinating history. So with that, we're at this point going to take public comments on non-agenda items, but that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. So who would like to speak? Let's see some hands. See George. So we'll do 3 minutes each. And
Have that to post in the record.
George, please go ahead.
Well, thank you. I regret having to actually make these statements, but nothing's occurred prior that I hope would. So here we go. This is a review of concerns at the Laguna Beach Fire Department. We lost key fire safety command staff recently due to HR enabling a cover-up by not complying with standard HR practices. Here's the backstory. Bridget Bambrick was hired as an assistant to the LBFD staff in December of 2022 and served just short of a one-year probationary period. During that time, she received 3 outstanding quarterly performance reviews from Chief King. No prior LBFD probationary employee has ever received 3 outstanding quarterly reviews. Ms. Bambrick's employment was terminated in November 2023, 2 weeks before her probation ended, stating she was not a good fit. Upon her departure, facilitated by interim city manager and HR director Aggie Nash,
Mr. Weiss,
Ms. Bambrick received
Mr.
got a
Weiss.
severance package.
Hold on, let's pause the time.
I have
Ms.
3
Clerk, can you
minutes to
please
speak.
pause the record?
Hold on, let's just pause the
Just
time.
would caution you to not
I have
disclose.
3 minutes to speak.
You were-
I apologize. I have 3 minutes to speak and I don't being
Yeah,
being interrupted. Facilitated by the interim city manager and
Is
HR
the
director.
time
Aggie
paused?
Nash.
The time
Here,
is paused.
George,
The
hang on.
time is-
Bambrick got a severance
Let's-
package and a
George,
salary.
George,
But
let's
on
pause.
public
Highly
record
unusual.
personnel
The
information that
probationary
you obtained
employees
as
can
a city
be
council member.
terminated
just
for
cut the
any
mic.
reason and are not entitled to.
Mr.
severance
White?
pay.
Here, George, let's just pause the time. We'll give you your time. Hold on. Megan, you have a point of order. What is your point of order?
I want to caution you to not disclose personnel
I
information
I do not. I
that you
do
would
not-
have obtained as a city council member.
Pardon me?
I would caution you to disclose personnel information that you would have been privy to as a city council member in your comments.
I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm going to continue. I'm sorry. I don't really know. You could have responded to my letter previously and you haven't. So I appreciate the time being taken back. Thank you.
Okay, so let's start the.
During that period of time, let me just repeat because I've been interrupted. Ms. Bambrick employment was terminated in November 2023, 2 weeks before her probation ended, stating she was not a good fit. Upon her departure, facilitated by Durham City Manager and HR Director Aggie Nash, Ms. Bambrick got a severance package and a signed confidentiality agreement. This is highly unusual as probationary employees can be terminated for any reason and are not entitled to severance pay. During that time, LBFD command staff members raised allegations with HR of an inappropriate relationship between Ms. Bambrick and Chief King.
Mr. Weiss, I'll again caution you
Spending hours together.
to disclose personnel information that you would have obtained as a city council member.
Off-site coffee outings, leaving work together and shopping trips. Laguna Beach Police Department complained themselves, the police department, resulting in HR Human Resources asking the chief to quote, knock it off to avoid negative publicity. Concerns were also raised with HR about discrepancies between Ms. Bambrick's paid work hours and her actual work time. A formal complaint regarding these issues was filed with HR by the deputy chief, and subsequently HR Director Aggie Nash called the deputy chief to a meeting, but instead of Ms. Nash, the chief was waiting in her office. This violates standard HR practice, which protects the identity of a complainant. Rather than conducting a formal investigation, the HR director appeared to cover up the misbehavior to protect the chief. The deputy chief was also put in a vulnerable position and left open to retaliation. She retired in 2025 in April after 20 years of service in Laguna Beach. Left unchecked, this behavior created an unhealthy work environment, damaged morale, and resulted in command staff members leaving LBFD for other positions. Council, don't you think we should have a formal investigation so we don't lose more valuable
You.
public safety
Thank you.
employees in the future? Thank you.
Thank you.
I
Next-
don't appreciate being
next-
interrupted.
Next
Thank
speaker,
you.
please.
Appreciate bogus stuff, George.
Next speaker.
This will be short and positive. I'm the executive director of the Laguna Dance Festival, now just Laguna Dance, I'm sorry, Joy Didburner. And I just want to thank you for your generous contribution to the arts, particularly to us this year with the grant, so for the Cultural Arts Grant. And also, I wanted to invite you all to Thriller, which is going to happen October 17th at the Rivian. And there'll be choreography and moonwalking, and we can have a contest to see who's the best city council moonwalker. So anyway, I just left a little thing on your desk there too to tell you about our whole program that's coming up, and that we're having, we'll be dancing at Art Walk, both at Laguna Hotel or the Rose Garden and at the Lamb on October 2nd, first Thursday. So thank you for all the great work you do.
Thank you for your great work.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for all your hard work and for supporting wonderful organizations like that one. And I do hope to see you moonwalk as well. My name is Michelle Heiberg. I'm a 35-year resident, mother of 3, and the founder of Just Gather. And as we can see, this world's gone a little amok. And I think it's time that we love each other again. And at the basis or the core of a lot of the mental illness has been the increased use of screens, of social media. We've seen bullying. We've had a 59% increase of mental illness in children under 18 in the last 10 years. 1 in 3 has anxiety diagnosed under 18. And now we have baby boomers ignoring their grandkids because of their screens. Even right now, people are looking at screens as I'm speaking, and that's okay. I'm used to it. But what I am going to do is offer to the community as a gift Device to Harmony events. We're doing these once a month, the first of every month throughout Laguna Beach. We had an article in Stu News last week with photos of our last event. And I invite all of you to join us on October 1st, right there on the slide you can see at Heisler Park. And we're just going to gather, do self-care, do a sound frequency bath for an hour. Every month, we're going to have an inspirational speaker who leads a nonprofit. This month, we have in from Sweden, a World Peace Ambassador who's going to speak for 10 minutes. And then we're going to just gather, have some snacks, and inviting all musicians and artists to bring their medium or an instrument. And it's just going to be joyful so we can love one another again. Next, we are also inviting the community to make fire prevention rocks. As you may know, we've been working really hard to support our fire department with the Emerald Ribbon Project, which I pray will get done one day. But for Love Laguna Beach, which is one of the most incredible events led by Gail Anadera, who will speak on it, it's October 4th. We are painting rocks for self-care at Alta Laguna Park. Everyone is invited. Perhaps some of the council members would like to come paint a rock. We put these, I have to talk fast. We put these throughout the trails to prevent fires. And lastly, anyone who's listening who lives on top of the world, I'm the president of the Top of the World Neighborhood Association. We are having our annual picnic on, sorry, we don't have that slide. We're having our annual picnic this Saturday from 3:30 to 5:30 at Alta Laguna Park. The fire department will be there, and it'll just be an old-fashioned picnic. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, honored members of the council, honored mayor, and my name is Maria Dolores. I'm the Ambassador for World Peace Awardee 2023, and I came here from Sweden yesterday. So I'm just visiting, and I wanted to tell you about the work that I'm doing quickly. So I'm talking about that we have rights and responsibilities, that we are born with rights, and that we all need to mature with our responsibility. We do have the right to our physical and mental health, and we have a responsibility to mature in our physical mental health. We have the right in our freedom of expression, the one that I'm exercising right now. But we also have a responsibility in what we say and what we express, and try to strive for dignity and to mature in our conversation. And collectively, we also have rights and responsibility as a species. In Swedish, we call this civilkurage, which is moral courage. And so the movement that I'm starting is to how we as a species, as a humanity, both need to mature in our personal rights and responsibility, in our interpersonal rights and responsibilities, and as a global species. So That was my message, and I deeply appreciate you for the work that you're doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then hold on, and just to, thank you for that. And just to remind the crowd, we don't do applause here, but you can wave your hands in the air. So if we want to try that again with the hand waving, thank you. Good job. Good. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. I wanted to formally introduce myself. I'm Brittany Ganson, the new President and CEO of the Laguna Beach Chamber of Commerce. Honored to be here, very much looking forward to working with all of you in the city, the community, and our businesses. And just a quick housekeeping note, we have Taste of Laguna coming up next Thursday, the 2nd. Less than 200 tickets left, so please, we'd love to have everyone in attendance. We're here supporting over 30 local restaurants, businesses, vendors, exhibitors, and I hope to see you all there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and great to have you on board. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Gail Onodera. And after the Taste of Laguna on Thursday, you have a day to recover on Friday. And then you can come out and volunteer on Saturday, October 4th, for Love Laguna Beach. It's the 4th annual. So we're very excited. Every year we've gotten more projects, more volunteers. Last year we had over 200 volunteers. This year we're expecting to exceed that. Right now there's 22 projects on the website, lovelagunabeach.org. And the projects vary from helping our Laguna Canyon Foundation to going to the Glenwood House and playing games with the residents to helping at Top of the World with their garden. I mean, there's everything possible. Girl Scout House. So there really is something for everybody, whether you are able to do labor or not. We can do encouraging. We're making bags with the city and wrapping presents for Santa's house for hospitality night. So we have all kinds of things. The city's been awesome in supporting this. The rec center's been amazing in helping us get this off the ground and going. The chamber also was on Chamber Chat on Friday, so I really appreciate their support as well. Many of our surrounding Orange County cities are participating in this as well. Actually, all over the world, there's over 100 cities that have a volunteer day, and our surrounding cities have huge days. So I hope one day ours will keep growing as well, and we'll run out of space. So we're at the Suzy Q on October 4th at 8 a.m. for the kickoff. And it's a lot of fun. The radio station will be there. We'll have all kinds of goodies, Jedediah coffee. You will hopefully sign up beforehand for a project, but if not, that's okay. Just show up and we'll have projects with spots available to still volunteer. And you'll check in, get your t-shirt. We'll have some rah-rah fun and goodies, and then you'll meet your project leader. And at 9 o'clock, everybody will be sent out at the same time to go and volunteer around the city. So you'll see these bright orange shirts all over. So the idea is to bring everyone together to beautify our city, help those organizations that we love in our city that help others, and just a day of giving back and being together, connecting with one another, learning about all the wonderful opportunities in our city, like the Laguna Canyon Foundation and what they do for us. So I encourage you to visit the website, lovelagunabeach.org, see if there's a project on there that fits for you. There's also a contact button that will come straight to me if you have any questions. If you want to sponsor, we need money always to do this. It's all run by sponsors to help pay for all of this. So thank you. I have a yard sign if anybody wants one that has a good area, and I hope to see you on October 4th.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, everybody. Billy Freed, Executive Director of KXFM Radio, and I'm very excited to announce that we are about a year old of the new management team that took over a faltering station that was in danger of closing, and it would have been a real tragedy for our town because these FCC licenses for terrestrial radio are very difficult to come by. I think we would have lost it forever. And we're a year in, and we've got 80 people broadcasting unique shows that amplify the good here in town. And we're coming up with our fundraiser this Friday at the Rivian Theater at 6:30 to 9:30. We ask all of you to please attend and support community radio. Tickets are at kxfmradio.org. And we got a big vote of confidence. If you haven't read, the County of Orange awarded us a $100,000 grant to help us move the station. The Henry Samueli Foundation awarded us $75,000 for ongoing operations. Ironically, this money didn't come from Laguna Beach, it came from outside. So now we're turning to the people who most benefit from our station and our broadcasts, our community. So I hope you guys will come out and support us. also want to say that now that we're heading into fall, this is an ideal time, I think, for all of you to sit back and begin to evaluate all of our arts offering. It is our most important and unique cultural asset in town. And now that we're through the summer season, might be a great time to look at all of the arts programs and analyze their relevance and how they can be updated and relevant for a new demographic, to make sure that we are keeping a pace with other communities and offering what is unique for us. And I would ask that one of you at the end of the council meeting tonight perhaps ask the council to agendize the tourist marketing district money that still remains unallocated, that was given back to the city to allocate to entities that are both cultural and put overnight visitors in hotel rooms. I think we can do it in a very open, transparent way with RFPs. There's a lot of organizations out there very deserving of support from you all. This is what's so great about that TOT money. Not all of it goes to Visit Laguna, but half of it goes to culture and arts, and I don't know what we would do without it. So thank you, Visit Laguna and the hotels, for that. And I ask you guys to please put that on your agenda so we can get it up and out and continue to enhance our cultural life here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor Renagi, Mayor Pro Tem Orgill, and council members. I'm speaking before you as a longtime volunteer of the Laguna Beach Animal Shelter, and on behalf of many of the volunteers, supporters, and community members who care deeply about the future of the Laguna Beach Animal Shelter. For more than 40 years, under the remarkable leadership of Nancy Goodwin, our shelter has set the gold standard for compassionate animal care. It's been a place of safety for lost, abandoned, and homeless animals, and a trusted resource for our community. But with Nancy's retirement next month, the shelter stands at a crossroads, and the decisions you make now will determine whether it continues to thrive or risks the fate that we've seen at other California shelters that have faltered after leadership changes. We're asking for two urgent items. First, move the shelter's oversight out from the police department. While we value the police department's vital role in public safety, the culture of law enforcement is not aligned with animal welfare. The shelter's mission, rescue, adoption, outreach, education, and working with volunteers and nonprofit partners, fits more naturally within other departments. This shift would better support staff, volunteers, donors, and the public while ensuring better transparency and honoring the donor intent. Second, ensure a full-time on-site leadership by recruiting a shelter manager immediately. After October 5th, we can't afford a leadership gap. Daily operations, feeding, medical care, enrichment, volunteer management, crisis readiness, and community engagement require consistent professional oversight. Without it, both animals and staff are at risk. These steps will protect Nancy Goodwin's legacy, preserve donor trust, and more importantly, keep the animals at the heart of our shelter. We, the volunteers and supporters, stand ready to assist with transition planning, outreach, and recruitment. Laguna Beach has always prided itself on compassion, transparency, and community spirit. By making these changes now, you will ensure that our shelter remains a model of excellence and a safe haven for the most vulnerable among us. I have personally discussed these changes with the city manager multiple times over the past year, and recently personally met with Chief Calvert. I am now asking you, the City Council, to direct this reorganization for the best interest of the animal shelter. Thank you for your leadership and for protecting the future of the Laguna Beach Animal Shelter.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and council members. My name is Katie Van Harten. I'm here on behalf of Protecting Unwanted Pets, PUP, the fundraising arm of the animal shelter, along with the many volunteers and supporters of Laguna Beach Animal Shelter. We are here because we are requesting a review of the current oversight structure of the shelter to ensure it best supports the mission of animal care and community service. The Laguna Beach Police Department has long provided important support and a partnership, and we value that relationship. At the same time, animal welfare is a unique area of service with priorities centered on care, rehabilitation, and community engagement. Our hope is simply to explore the ways the oversight structure can continue to reflect and enhance those values. There are also two urgent concerns that we would like to bring to your attention. First, the shelter director is retiring after more than 40 years of dedicated service. To this date, an open position has not been posted to secure her replacement, and there are concerns that this critical role may not be replaced with a full-time employee. The stability of the shelter and the quality of animal care depend on having strong leadership in place. Second, we are requesting that the donation funds be managed in a separate account apart from the city's department budgets. This ensures transparency and gives donors the confidence that every dollar goes directly to animal care. The PUP board has submitted a formal letter outlining these proposals, and members tonight would like to hear your response or understand the next steps. I want to emphasize that despite this time of transition, the mission of the shelter remains unchanged. The staff, the volunteers are united in their commitment to excellence and to providing the highest quality care for the animals who depend on us. Thank you for your consideration and the ongoing support of the Laguna Beach Animal Shelter and the volunteers.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of City Council. My name is Diane Crandall, and I am a board member of PUP Laguna Beach and a volunteer at the Laguna Beach Animal Shelter. I am here tonight on behalf of both to ask City Council to direct the city manager to take specific actions. I say direct because promises from the city of, oh, okay, I'll look into that, have not come to fruition over the past year. There are three main areas of concern. Number one, placing the animal shelter under the supervision of a department other than the police department. Number two, safeguarding the funds that have been donated by the public to the animal shelter for the direct benefit of the animals. And number three, posting the position for a full-time animal shelter manager immediately. Addressing item number one, I urge you to direct the city manager to place the supervision of the animal shelter under a department other than the police department. Animal care is about rehabilitation, community education, adoption services, and compassionate treatment. These are not law enforcement functions. They are public service and community functions. Housing the shelter under police supervision often unintentionally shifts the focus towards enforcement rather than care. This can reduce adoption rates, limit outreach programs, and hinder the partnerships with rescue groups and volunteers that are so critical to the shelter's success. Our community deserves a shelter that emphasizes compassion, education, and life-saving programs. By placing the shelter under a department better aligned with these values, we can ensure that animals receive the care they need and staff can focus on adoption efforts. Addressing item number two, I also urge City Council to direct the city manager to move the animal shelter donation funds to an account where it is protected and can only, and I stress only, be used for the direct benefit of the animals. This item is extremely important and worries me because I personally, while at a meeting held at the city, was told that the police department would not hesitate to and could and would use these funds in any manner it liked. Addressing number three. Finally, I ask that City Council direct the city manager to have the position for a full-time shelter manager posted immediately. Nancy Goodwin, the current manager, is retiring October 5th and tendered her resignation over 7 weeks ago. It is concerning that the position hasn't been posted, and it has been reported that police department is considering making this a part-time position. For the reasons outlined in PUP's letter to City Council, it is imperative that this position remain a full-time position and filled by someone who has extensive experience in animal care and behavior, adoption best practices, and shelter and medicine management. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Jim Burns. I'm a 35-year resident of Laguna Beach. I live in South Laguna Beach, and I'm here to again request City Council to prohibit ADU developers that come into the city from putting roof decks on top of ADUs. I voiced my concern about this in May of 2023, and Mark Weiner, the head of the director of the Community Development Department, assured all of us that that was not going to happen. He in fact read the prohibitions against roof decks on ADUs into the record. And he sent me a follow-up email that's in my Exhibit 3 to my September 19th package that I sent to you, which I'd like you to look at. The prohibition says very simply, roof decks shall be prohibited. There's no mystery there. Yet, after all those assurances, the city council, the community development staff allowed rooftop decks on an ADU right on top of it in South Laguna. And 3 members of the DRB approved it, notwithstanding 3 variances are needed for it. Generally, this is going to be a problem because I don't think many Laguna homeowners want ADUs to have roof decks on top of them. And yet that's what, in fact, is happening, notwithstanding the assurances that it wasn't. The situation was made a little worse by the new statute that was passed in December 2024. And you probably don't know this, but on the very last page of that statute, there's an ADU developer roof deck loophole. Look at it. It's a page 26. And that loophole defines roof decks so narrowly that any ADU developer can use that loophole to get a roof deck on top of an attached ADU. And they're in fact doing that in South Laguna now. I was fearful of this, and it is actually happening. There's a rationale for no roof decks on ADUs, and I think you probably recognize it. ADUs can be 4 feet from your property line and 25 feet up in the air, right? So if you have a roof deck on top of that, that roof deck is going to allow people standing on that deck to look into all the neighbors' homes. And that's in fact what's happened in Laguna Beach. Again, you had the power to do this. I would repeal that loophole in the ADU statute. I would reverse any DRB decision that allows roof decks on top of ADUs, no matter where they gain access from. There's little loopholes based on where they get access to the roof deck. There shouldn't be any such exception. And we were assured that there wasn't by Mr. Weiner. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Amy Jackson, and I have an unusual request for you today. We have a whole group of people who would like to address number 24 on the agenda, but many of them have young children, and we're very disheartened to see that we were at the late night section. And we're hoping that if it is all possible to make it earlier so that they might be able to come and speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's on consent, so hope we'll see. But thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, good evening. My name is Judy York, and I have also emailed this to you. In the 2000s, I was on the environmental committee and served the city and wrote most of the climate protection plan at that time. And I'm glad to see that it's been updated, which is awesome. And then in the 2010 timeframe, I found the Laguna Blue Belt. And I'm back now today because we're actually all kind of surprised that the City Council hasn't jumped on board and helped us. We're not asking for money. We're not asking for really much. We're just asking for your support to extend the MPA to South Laguna. Back in the, over 10 years ago, and when the discussions were all being had for where the marine protected area would be, a lot of us spent probably hundreds of hours volunteering our time, speaking out. It wasn't the funnest thing to do, but today we have an amazing marine protected area in Central and North Laguna. At that time, you probably don't realize, but South Laguna was negotiated away by city staff because there was, of course, concern from fishermen because they wanted to continue fishing out of Dana Point, which is very understandable. I respect their will to fish. You can see it electronically much better when on the picture that I sent to you electronically on the email. But you can see that the fishermen now post over it's over 200. It's probably 200 to 300 lobster traps right on the line of where the MPA begins in South Laguna. Each time they drop a lobster trap, they really want to use the rocky intertidal fishing areas. They drop the trap near any rocks, any area where there are kelp beds. And each time they pull up the lobster trap, the kelp comes with it. So we have lost all of our kelp beds now, and we have lost our fish populations because of the overfishing that has now occurred in the last 10 years. I know last February, City Council had a resolution that could have, with 3 fewer words, could have said, we support the Marine Protected Area. You stopped short of that. You said, please give us more studies. We don't need more studies. There was a study attached to the petition that was filed by the Blue Belt. They did a wonderful job submitting a petition to extend the MPA for us. And in South Laguna, we really want the MPA. So can we put it back on the agenda, and can we get this done?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? So we have one more speaker. Who else would like to speak on general public comments? Stand up now, or you'll have to wait until the next meeting. Okay, so we have our final speaker here. Please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council and residents of Laguna Beach. My name is Robin Young. I live at 2022 Hidden Valley Canyon Road in Laguna Beach. I was born and raised in Laguna, 4th generation builder. Offices here since 1945. The Wells Fargo Bank Building, the Canyon Club, and the restoration of Hidden Valley Canyon after the fires of '93 were among our local projects. I'm here this evening representing the residents of Hidden Valley to draw your attention to the impact that the restriping of Park Avenue has on our community of Hidden Valley by removing the much needed parking that we have relied on for years. To fully understand the nature of our request, one must look at the issue historically. After the fires of '93 and subsequent mudslides to the floods in '97 and beyond, the parallel parking along Park Avenue has been a lifeline, providing essential overflow parking for residents and emergency vehicles during evacuations, repairs, and disruptions. I understand that the proper procedure to request restriping of a portion of Park Avenue requires the submittal of an action request form to Josh McDonald at Public Works for the Parking, Traffic, and Circulation Committee, or PTC. However, when I met informally with Josh at the Public Works counter to inquire about the process, he expressed doubt that we would receive a hearing. I ask that you allow the PTC to take a serious look at our proposal for the future safety of our community. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Okay, so that is our final speaker. So why don't we're going to go first to our city manager and
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
I also wanted to address a couple of comments made at public comment.
Yeah, why don't we start with that?
Okay, thank you. First, involving the initial comment that was made tonight, the city cannot and does not discuss personnel issues in a public setting. We do take all allegations seriously, and we provided the appropriate level of review to the issues that were raised tonight. This review did not result in any discipline for any current city employee, any city employee at all. I consider the matter closed. I want to say, too, that both Ms. Nesh and Chief King have my complete confidence in both the way they lead the organization and how they lead their departments. They approach their work with compassion, diligence, and professionalism every day, and I'm every day appreciative of that. I want to switch to talking about the animal shelter briefly first. I respect and appreciate the folks that spoke today. A departmental reorganization is not a simple thing to do. It needs to come with justification. I appreciate the points made. I also appreciate that I think the shelter has been run well with Nancy and under the police department. That will guide in some way future decisions, but I'm not averse to people's thoughts about that. I just want to stress that while the city council always has a role in dealing with me, this is an organizational decision that's really up to the city manager. And if folks aren't happy with that, then I'm the one who loses my job. But I do take the animal shelter role seriously. The position, we will have an interim full-time position to replace Nancy. It's really hard to replace Nancy, so to serve in that role. Remember, this is a role that hasn't been recruited for 45 years, so we need to redo the whole job classification and look at comps, comparative agencies, and make sure the salary is set right. And then we will fly the full-time position as a recruitment, and folks are welcome to submit names to that. But we will have a full-time interim in the meantime. I talked with Nancy. She asserted her concern about the donation fund. I told her I'm not concerned, but I'm going to be darn sure that the donation fund is only used, and by the way, there are no plans to use it for anything special right now, but is only used for the benefit of the animals in the shelter. So hopefully people will be assured by that. I know it doesn't go along the way of agendizing something that involves the animal shelter restructuring, but I ask for your patience in doing that in a thoughtful way. The management of the city is very complex. It's not as simple as just picking up a function and moving it to another unit. So I do like to think about things a lot before I make decisions. And I know people criticize that sometimes, but I think it serves the community well. With that, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Dave. And I just want to piggyback off your comments about the personnel issues and, apologize on behalf of, the council for the fact that it's a horrible thing to have personnel issues, especially when all the facts are not discussed in a public setting. And, in America, we have a free speech right. People have the right to speak at the, at a meeting like this, and we cannot stop them, but it doesn't mean that it's not inappropriate and just difficult. So I appreciate your comments, Mr. City Manager. And I'm grateful that we have a city manager who thinks through things as opposed to reacts quickly, without thinking. So thank you for that. So let's go to our Madam City Attorney.
Mr. Mayor, I thank you for making the comment as well about the right to speak in a meeting. Obviously, the city holds that incredibly dear and we take it very seriously. And so we also when there is an issue with public comment, that's why we ask the clerk to pause the time to make sure that everyone is afforded their opportunity to speak to the whole purpose of the First Amendment in the Brown Act. But at the same time, something like personnel matters, as the city manager said, can't be discussed in public. And so we will pause the clock to try to address those issues if necessary.
Thank you. Councilmember Jones.
I'm going to switch gears for a second and talk about lawn bowling.
Just a few updates in the long break we've had from council. I was really happy to be involved in the lawn bowling tournament. It was a wonderful group of people and just super fun to be part of that. Also had meetings of the Open Space and Conservation Element Subcommittee with Mayor Pro Tem Orgill and some members of the public who've been working hard on that element. I'm so grateful to them all for their time and their contributions to the city. Had a meeting about the pump track and potential locations for that. We had our Environmental Sustainability Committee meeting. I was happy to attend the 9/11 memorial up at Monument Point. That was really meaningful. And I also met with a member of the community, Nick Ralston.
Thank you, Councilmember. Good job on the lawn bowling. Councilmember Kev.
Thank you. First, I want to congratulate our winning team members in the lawn bowling. And I think since Alex won the demolition derby and we won the lawn bowling, both against Newport. We should just annex them and call it a day. I hope everybody can make it to the Love Laguna Volunteer Day, as Gail mentioned, on Saturday, October 4th from 8 to 12. I've done it every year. It's really fun. You get to meet some new people. You work on some projects. It's just part of your day. And so you can have a really nice Saturday, but you can also do something good for the community. So I hope you can make it. I went to a beach cleanup on the last Saturday. There were a lot of organizations represented. We had probably 200 volunteers at Main Beach. Even though summer's over, we still found a lot of trash and got that picked up. I don't know what the final, a weight of the trash that we picked up, but it was pretty significant. So I really appreciate all the time that people took to come down and spend a little bit of time making our beach nice and clean and beautiful. Laguna Tix is coming up, and this year it's called 2025 Tour de Farce. So it's running from October 3rd to the 19th. You should get tickets. Hopefully they'll sell out. They do a lot of really good work, and Chris Quilter writes a really good play every year. So summer, at least according to the calendar, is officially over, and so Mayor Pro Tem Orgel and I will be bringing forth an item to address tourist impacts at the next meeting, which is going to be October 14th. On a sad note, for those of you who lived here a long time, you may know that Ann Johnson passed away at the beginning of the month. Ann was an incredible human being, a person that believed deeply in public service, which she attributed to the fact that she was from Boston. She also thought Bob was great because he was from Boston, and she was a friend of many in town. And started her volunteer work as a member of the rec committee, and then she served as a planning commissioner for 20 years. Bob and I both served with her. She was a member of the Community Clinic and Women's Club Board. She started the Aging in Place program with initial funding from the city. She started Open for Business and Leadership Laguna, which Alex had a good idea about renaming Leadership Laguna. We want to probably do that in the spring to the Ann Johnson Leadership Laguna class. She was very active in local and regional politics here in Laguna. She worked on many council campaigns: Kathleen Blackburns, Elizabeth Pearson, Bob Whalen, Rob Zer-Schmid, myself, and was honorary chair for Alex's campaign. She would want me to note that she loved Mark Orgill, having served with him on the clinic board, and thought that Hallie was an excellent choice for council. She gave advice freely, sometimes enthusiastically. We have a somewhat informal gathering for Ann at the Women's Club this Friday, September 26th from 3 to 5, and everybody is welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. And Sue will be adjourning the meeting for Ann. So, Councilmember Whalen.
I appreciate that, Mayor. I was going to ask if we could do that, so thank you. Ann was a special person to me. She was really the reason I'm here, probably sitting, because she and actually Elizabeth Pearson were the two that came and sat down and urged me to apply for Planning Commission, and then, went from there to council. And yeah, she was a classic. I mean, I grew up in Boston, and Ann grew up in Boston, and she never lost it. I lost some of it. She never lost any of it. She was just tough as nails. Her husband, Marv, referred to her as a Bengal tiger. She just never let anything go. But she'll be greatly missed, and we all loved Ann, and what she contributed to the city is very notable. A couple other things. Mark Orgill and I were at the LCAD kind of ribbon cutting yesterday or Sunday for their Big Bend campus. The Planning Commission approved their new innovation center, they're calling it, at the back of the Big Bend campus. They announced a $40 million grant to fund that and actually make it a reality from Pat Quilter. And the Quilter family certainly has had so much impact on the city over time, and it's the largest single gift ever the college has received. So that's to be commended. We also, I did offer some testimony at the California Public Utilities Commission hearing relative to the SCE rate case, trying to urge them to increase the miles for funding of undergrounding. They chose not to do that. They went with the staff recommendation, but we've been working closely with SCE to see if we could get that number of miles bumped up. And then I did attend the Laguna Canyon Road Town Hall that was in this room about a week ago. Dave led that, did an excellent job, sort of laying out the, the complexity of that issue and the choices to be made, and got a lot of input. And there'll be another one coming up. I don't remember the date exactly, Dave, but that one's on Zoom. So I'm sure that'll go out in the city newsletter. And so anybody who didn't have a chance to participate in the first one can participate in that one. And then finally, I appreciate the city manager's comments and the mayor's comments, and and they're both sitting here in the room. So Chief King and Aggie Nash, who's our Human Resources Director, I mean, I think you both do outstanding work for us, and I fully support everything you do and appreciate everything you do for us. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I too will greatly miss Ann. She was awesome. Bob was kind when he said that she encouraged Bob to run for the Planning Commission. She introduced me to the clinic, but I'm not going to say she encouraged me to join the board. I don't think you had much of a choice with Ann when she gave you a proposal. So, but she's greatly missed, and me and my wife and myself had many great evenings sitting on her deck with her husband and just having great conversations. And she's done so much for the community. I'll really miss her. As Bob mentioned, I also attended the LCAT event on Sunday, and I really want to, congratulate Pat Quilter for that generous donation he made. It's amazing, $40 million. And the way in which he spoke of that donation and how he came to the decision to gift that money was inspiring. And I really commend him and his family for their participations in the community. I attended the 3rd Street Riders event just before summer's end at the festival grounds. Of course, my general vector control meetings I've attended. The firefighters' annual breakfast. The Blue Belt had a film at Rivian and the Blue Belt Foundation, and it was great. They had one of their films and plus another geographic film, and it was very well attended. I went to the Better Buzz opening. We've had several updated meetings, Sue and I, on the promenade updates. Attended an event at the Pottery Place with a tribute to Elizabeth Brown and her contributions over the years to her efforts with acquiring all of the open space. Individual meetings were Billy Freed, Cindy and Bill Shopoff, Ed, SWA Ed, and Evan from SWA, Chris Thalman, Sherry Morgan, James Henry, Steve Britton, and again, Hallie mentioned that we had a meeting with several community members regarding the open space element. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. So yeah, I just want to share, I got to first know Ann when she was running Bob's campaign in 2012. And she's just one of those people who you could tell was so passionate about what she did. And there are very few people who I've met in my life who have such an impact where the impact that they've had will be felt for future generations, where she was all about inspiring people and getting them involved in city government. And she really believed in the power of public service. And so she was the co-chairwoman of my campaign. And I remember she would always be telling me what to do and for different things and giving me advice. And it was just really, really grateful to have gotten the chance to know Anna. And I know that we will miss her. We also lost Pamela Goldstein, so we'll adjourn the meeting in her memory as well. And I'll talk later about her when we do the adjournment. A lot of 6-week break is a lot of events, so I won't talk about the ones that have been mentioned, but I do want to say that it's exciting what's happening at LCAD with a $40 million investment from Patrick Quilter, and I could not be more excited about the vision that they have, to enrich our college town. I attended the Laguna Art Museum 2025 Director Circle Dinner, and Bob and Kirsten Whalen were recognized with the Anna Hills Award for their, lifetime of work on behalf of the arts in Laguna Beach. So Bob, we're very well-deserved and grateful for your past, ongoing, and future service to the arts and all of the work that you and Kirsten do. And then, we got some good news that the data came out from the California Department of Justice, which showed that we are the safest coastal city in Orange County based off our violent crime data. We are number 2 for property crime behind Dana Point. So I want to thank the work of our police department led by Chief Calvert for investing in technology and investing in, and most importantly, investing in the men and women who are willing to risk their lives every day to keep us safe. And that's a good transition to what I was a part of with several of my colleagues up here, which was the John Cucci Memorial Bridge ceremony where Supervisor Wynn unveiled that. And it's really his story and his sacrifice is just a reminder of what our officers are willing to do. And I thought Chief Calvert did a great job in talking about their friendship. And, I think John's legacy lives on, not just in the fact that people are going to be driving by and seeing that and hopefully looking him up or knowing about, what his sacrifice, but also just in the people who he inspired in the department. So that was very powerful. And I just want to end. And then I was a part of a metropolitan inspection trip to the Hoover Dam and the Colorado River Aqueduct. And it's a very cool trip where you basically get to learn about how we get our water in Southern California. Right now, Laguna Beach relies on 100% imported water, and it's amazing how they were able to build the Hoover Dam in around 2 years, the Colorado River Aqueduct in, I think, 6 to 8 years, which is like how long the CEQA EIR would take today. But it was really powerful to think about all the visionary leaders in the past who were willing to make those investments that literally made living in Southern California possible. At the same time, I learned that Metropolitan Water District is only spending 0.6% of the value of their infrastructure in capital improvements each year. So what that means is that, you should probably be at 1% if you assume a 100-year life cycle. And so water rates are going to be going up for imported water, and we're going to have future reliability challenges. And that's why it's so important that we are working on securing local water reliability. And we're working, I'm hoping Newport Beach doesn't back out of the deal after we destroyed them in the demolition derby and lawn bowling, but we're working with them on a well in Fountain Valley. And I think that, local, and as well as working with South Coast on desalination. So it really that trip affirmed to me the need to invest in local water reliability. And I'm really proud of the direction we're taking. And then finally, I think, there's so much division in our country and political violence that we have been seeing. And at the local level, what I'm really proud of over the past year since, Hallie's joined the council is that the 5 of us up here, we don't always agree on things. We have vigorous disagreements on a lot of issues, but I'm really proud that we've been able to have a respectful tone based on, facts and not attacking personalities. And I just think we need more of that in this world. So I appreciate that we have that up here and appreciate working with all of you on the important issues that we deal with. So with that, let's take the 2 appeal items and just continue those. So I'm going to pull up Appeal A, which is design review approval at 31731 Seacoast Drive. The recommendation here is to continue this item to the 28th. Are there any questions of staff? No, so let's open the public hearing on that. Any testimony on this continuance? We'll close public testimony, close the public hearing. Is there a motion?
Move the recommended action.
Okay, moved. I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're going to take Appeal B, appeal of the Community Development Director's approval of design review at 31421 Holly Drive. The recommendation here is to to continue this to October 14th. So are any questions from council? I don't see any. So let's open the public hearing on this item.
I think it's October 28th, isn't it?
I see the 14th.
It says in the staff report.
I think maybe Matt can correct us, but I think Mr. Koratani, representing at least many of the individuals involved, suggested that all are agreed on the 28th.
Okay.
Am I remembering that correctly, Anne Marie?
That was the last email I saw because he represents
both parties. I don't know if the appellant
Matt.
agreed to that.
Matt saying that too.
Okay, so let's, I think the public hearing's open. Any testimony? We'll close the public hearing. Sue, do you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll move the recommended action
To the 28th.
to the 28th.
Okay, October 28th. I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so then now what we're going to do is we'll go to our consent calendar and we're not going to hear any of these items. So we're going to pull items from the consent calendar. So if anyone, so we'll start with the council and any council members can pull an item from the consent calendar. Then after we pull these items, what we're going to do is open up the West Street item because we have voting involved. And then we'll hear those items that are pulled. So let's start with the council about what items to pull from the consent calendar.
7 and 13, please.
Okay. And we'll go to the public in a second.
17 and 24.
17 and 24. And 24 is the fuel modification item in case there's people here for that. So that's been pulled. Are there do any other council members want to pull something from the consent calendar? No? Okay, so let's go to the public. Do any members of the public want to pull any items from the consent calendar? Okay, so I'll pull 12 from the consent calendar. Any additional items from the consent calendar to be pulled? Okay, so then I would make a motion that when, let's see if I get this right, that we approve items 1 through 6, 8 through 11, 14 through 16, 18 through 23. Did I get that right?
Second.
Second.
Okay, seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so now what we're gonna do is have a, Hallie and I are gonna be recused because we're gonna open up, because this is related to undergrounding on West Street. So Hallie and I are both recused from this item. So Mayor Pro Tem will be taking over the meeting, and then, but this item will come back after there will be a voting process. So maybe, Pierre will explain that. But so Hallie and I are gonna be leaving the room as we are both recused. And then when we come back, we will consider the items on the consent calendar that were pulled. Good, Megan?
And just for the record, the reasons for the recusals were previously stated, so just the same reasons apply.
Good.
Well, they're lollygagging. Okay, we'll proceed with item number 24, the public hearing and balloting for proposed underground utilities assessment for the West Street undergrounding. And we have a presentation.
We do. Good evening, City Council. Pierre Sawaya, Capital Program Manager. With me is Alpha Santos, Project Manager. We're both here tonight to present on the public hearing and the balloting for the West Street District, and we have a short presentation for you. Just to provide some history, we last met on July 22nd for a public meeting for this district. At that time, staff provided updates on project costs for the project, allowed property owners to comment on the project, and basically kicked off the balloting phase for the West Street District. Shortly after that meeting, ballots were mailed out to property owners. And also on August 12th, at the City Council meeting, Council formed a financial analysis working group at that time to look into and advise on an appropriate bond purchase method for the project. Staff is currently looking at financing options with the plan to return on October 14th with a recommendation to the City Council. During the balloting phase, city staff did conduct outreach efforts with property owners. We're active in that respect, and that included mailers to property owners, updates to the city project webpage, and also working with property owners for replacement ballots when appropriate. As a refresher for City Council, on May 20th, the council did approve a city contribution of $1.4 million toward the project. Shown on this slide are the funds from where the monies would come from. From the street lighting and utility fund, that would include $578,000. And from the wildfire mitigation and fire safety fund, that would be approximately $837,000. And that would be for the general benefit and a separate city contribution to the project. And that brings us to the recommendation for tonight. It is loaded, but it does lay out the process for the balloting of the project. So I'll walk through it and try to summarize it for council. That includes receiving this presentation and report on the district. Council will then open the public hearing tonight for public comments. Council would also call for the submittal of any final ballots here in the chambers and then close the public hearing. It would include directing staff to proceed with tallying the ballots here in City Hall in conference room A and invite the public to observe the tallying process if they choose. And it includes postponing the item until the ballot tally is complete and then resume the meeting on the item, asking for staff to report the ballot results. A little hard to read here, but I'll summarize these items. If the majority of the weighted ballots are in favor of the district, City Council would proceed with actions 6 and 7 as shown on this slide. And that includes adopting a resolution to declare the results of the balloting of the project, confirming the assessments, and ordering the proposed improvements. Adopting a separate resolution awarding a construction contract for the project to Hotline Construction for approximately $3.4 million. Contributing a little over $700,000 for the general benefit cost, as previously discussed, contributing $700,000 as an additional city contribution. And also authorizing the city manager to approve construction change orders in an amount not to exceed $340,000. And also finding that the actions tonight and the project are exempt from CEQA. Now, if the majority of the weighted ballots are not in favor of the assessment district, City Council would take action number 8 as shown on this screen, which would declare the assessment district abandoned for lack of majority support. And that concludes this presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Okay, then we'll open for public hearing. Are there any speakers this evening on this?
Matt, rid of this. Matt Lawson, in the course of the dozen years or so that I spent on the Emergency Disaster Preparedness Committee, we spent a great deal of time looking at these kinds of issues. And I heartily commend the South Laguna residents and of course the city staff, particularly Pierre and his team, who have worked so hard to move this project forward in view of the fire ignition hazard posed by overhead utility lines in this at-risk neighborhood and indeed throughout our entire community. This hazard is very common and very real. In 2022, the U.S. Forest Service published a study finding more than 32,000 wildfires ignited by overhead electric utility lines from 1992 through 2020. That works out to be a wildfire ignited by overhead power lines somewhere in the U.S. once every 7.5 hours, so a little more than 3 times a day. This hazard is also local. In recent years, 4 out of 6 of the major wildfire incidents within or adjacent to the city were ignited by SCE distribution lines. The Ruby's Fire in South Laguna in September 16th, 2012. I'm sure Bob will remember that one. We were all standing in Harry Bethel's courtyard as ashes were falling upon us as part of Bob's 2012 campaign. And of course, on July 3rd, 2015, at a time when the city was totally gridlocked with holiday visitors, the Emerald, when we had the Laguna Canyon fire breakout, it could easily, if it gotten out of hand, could have been the worst mass casualty incident in the history of California since the 1906 San Francisco earthquake fire. And then, of course, when the city was awakened at 4 a.m., as I'm sure Sue will recall, on the 10th of February 2022, when we had the fire out in the Emerald Fire, just north of the city, which was a heck of a wake-up call to many of us. And then about 90 days later, we had another such incident in the coastal fire, which had the wind been blowing differently, we would be having a very different conversation about South Laguna. Fortunately, it was blowing inland. We had an onshore wind, and we lost about 24 homes in Laguna Niguel along Coastal Road, but not in Laguna Beach. The bottom line is, in short, we will either bury these dangerous overhead electric utility lines, or it's only a matter of time until they bury us. So I would urge everyone in this district to please vote for the move forward with this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Do we have any other public speakers? None? Okay, then we'll call for the submittal of any final ballots. Oh,
Sorry,
I didn't see your hand go up.
I didn't raise it, so you didn't miss anything. Can I still speak?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. I understand the sentiment of a can-do council wanting to get things done, but I think there's a difference between efficiency and unwarranted haste. And I would submit that we don't have enough information to make an informed decision tonight. There's still a lot we don't know about how this is going to impact the entire city, not only the residents of West Street, but the entire city. The West Street residents who can't afford an upfront payment are being asked to vote tonight without knowing their financing cost or the amount of payment subsidy that will be available to them. The residents as a whole still don't know how the plan will be financed and what it will cost the city. We don't know any potential impact on the city investments and liquidity. We don't know what the deferred payment program will cost and how it will be funded. And we don't know how the city intends to equalize the West Street benefits to the residents remaining in the 5 other assessment districts. The city should not have a plan where residents on the whole fund an increase in property values for some selected residents, but not for all similarly situated residents. What would it cost to treat all residents equitably? Based on information we've been given in the past, it's likely not insignificant. The city is contributing 20% of the funds to the West Street project. Applying that 20% to the estimated cost of the 5 remaining assessment districts would require the city to fund between $45 and $55 million, and that's just for the city contributions alone. It does not include costs related to any subsidized financings or any deferred payments. This equity issue should be addressed by the council before moving forward. I also have a couple of questions on the funding. The street lighting district fund is one of the funds that is going to be contributing to this. The audited financial statements disclose that the street lighting district fund is used to account for restricted revenue and expenditures associated with maintenance and use of the city's street lighting system. I'm just not sure how this relates to that restricted purpose. And secondly, I couldn't find a separate wildfire mitigation fund in the 2024 financial statements. Perhaps that was established this past year. But Table 1 of tonight's agenda report for item 25 on wildfire mitigation is not clear that the appropriation that's being asked for in that agenda item will fund not only the items that are asking to be funded in that item, but also have enough money left over for the 840 that's being asked for in this item. So I just think this isn't ready for prime time yet. There's too many outstanding questions to move forward tonight. And I would think that maybe we should think about tabling this to December 2025, which is mentioned in the agenda report as the next meeting. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Karen Louisi. I agree with what she said. And I think it's really unfortunate after being a volunteer for the city DRB every week from 6 p.m. until 1 and 2 in the morning for 15 years. that none of my emails have ever been answered and none of my questions have been answered. And there have been quite a few, and I find it really unfortunate. And that is not what you expect your representatives to do. So, thank you.
Any other speakers on this matter? None? So then, at this time, I will call for the submittal of any final ballots and close this public hearing. And then I'll direct staff to proceed with the tallying of the ballots in the City Hall Conference Room A and invite the public to observe the tallying process. And then we'll postpone the item until the ballot tally is complete, and then resume the meeting on the item asking staff to report the ballot results.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I could just note for the record that with
Sure.
the call for ballots, there were no ballots received.
Okay, thank you.
We're, are the front doors open? How do they get into A?
Pierre will lead everybody back.
Okay. Okay.
So follow Pierre.
Okay,
Did you have a comment?
yeah, do we need a motion for any of that or?
At this time,
No.
we're going to recess the item.
Yeah, the item is recessed, so it's still,
And we'll return once the balloting is complete, which depending on where we are in the meeting, I think we're hoping there's a natural break. We can bring this item back.
okay, great. Thank you.
Do you want me to get the other council members?
So again, if anyone was curious and wanted to watch the balloting, please follow Pierre.
start the meeting up again. So we're gonna take our seats. So we are now on our first item on the consent calendar, which is the Planning Division update and workload summary through September 8th, 2025. Councilmember Kemp, you pulled this item. Would you like a
Yeah,
staff
I just,
presentation?
thank you. I just want Matt to go through the stats you presented here.
Okay.
Sure, absolutely. Good evening, Council. Matt Schneider, Community Development Director. I want to thank our Administrative Analyst, Aaron Fabian, for helping with the stats we're providing for you tonight. So we continue to make good progress and remain meeting all our goals in terms of turnaround time and holding the line in terms of the backlog. So we currently have 258 active projects under review, and of those projects that are in the city's queue, the average age is 20 days, and our goal is to return all projects to the applicant within 30 days, and we've consistently been hitting that mark. I'd say over the last 3 months, we're averaging right around 260 active projects. We always keep a close eye on the volume as well as the turnaround times. A new metric we included in this month's report is what I like to call like a cradle to grave time period for when you start with your initial zoning plan check till the point you get a building permit. So that 2-phase process, the zoning entitlement all the way through to the building permit. There are some limitations in that we switched to online submittals in January. And so we have to do some manual analysis in terms of marrying older data prior to January 15th together. So this is a sample. I just want to caveat that. But based on all the permits, building permits that were issued in July and those that had entitlements associated with it, the average cradle to grave time was 17 months or 524 days. Also included in the update, a summary of updates that we provided to architects, designers, and building professionals. We are trying to get in more regular communication and providing these updates as well as meeting with them quarterly. One of the things that we noted in there is we've begun offering virtual appointments in the afternoon with our planning staff so that applicants will not need to come to City Hall to do that. And finally, I'll just note that by no means have we stopped our efforts on the planning end. We're committed to continuous improvement, but we are going to be making a concerted shift to the building permit process. We have a really good team at the building counter. We strive to accommodate everyone's needs, and I think sometimes as a result of that, our building counter can get backed up. And so we're going to look at how we're processing those applications, and to the extent we maybe need to put some limitations on the types of projects we're doing over the counter for the benefit of the good of everyone rather than just one applicant. We're going to look at that as well. Happy to answer any questions you have.
Matt, what about InterGov? Do we have any more enhancements we have to do to InterGov?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Do we have any more enhancements that we have to do to InterGov?
The program itself, there's no like sort of, background that needs to happen, but we are going to be able to continue to roll out different features. So reports is a big part of that. And as I indicated, we're somewhat limited in that the data prior to January 15th is not very reliable. And so as we move forward, we'll be able to get a lot more tangible data, beyond cradle to grave, how much was in the city's hands versus the applicant, those types of things. And we're also going to be providing inspection scheduling through InterGov. It's a module that we have, and it's going to be one of the next things we roll out. But in terms of enhancing the program itself, we're currently using all the features.
Do the architects recognize any change in the process in a positive way? Do they recognize that we are moving things along a little more quickly, or do they more?
I'm somewhat biased.
Are they more jaded? I don't know.
Yeah, no. I will say overall the response has been positive. There are or I should say there is a like a cohort group of professionals that really like to do face-to-face business in Laguna Beach. It's just the way it's been done here. And so some of them are reluctant to try EnerGov, but of the ones that have tried or are continuing to use it, the feedback has been very positive.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions?
Matt, appreciate the updating or the expansion to sort of get to the final, what we've been looking for, right? From the building permit, from the application to building permit. Might need to work on that phrase, cradle to grave. I mean, it sounds a little doomsday,
the Halloween theme.
doomsday-ish, you know. Some people do think it's a doomsday. But will you be able to update that monthly, do you think?
I'm looking at my colleague, Aaron, who did a lot of the work. It's a lot of manual labor, but absolutely, if it's something the council wants, we could do that.
Or maybe every 2 months or something.
My thought was, obviously, we need a benchmark
Yeah.
to start from, but that I was going to do it every 2 to 3 months. So if that would be agreeable, I'd continue to do that.
Okay. And then I thought I did read through these community development updates. I thought there was some, excellent kind of streamlining here with these residential review worksheets. I like the change you made on the major remodel calculations. That seemed like a really good thing to do. So overall, it looks like we're making progress. It'll just be nice to see that beginning to end time process hopefully come down.
Absolutely. And I think it already is. If you take into fact that the 17 months puts us February 2024, when we were hitting the headwinds of a backlog. So all those projects were probably experiencing close to 60-day turnarounds every iteration. And we know for sure since April of this year, it's 30 days or less. So I'd like to think we've reduced it by at least 60 to 90 days.
Have you had any feedback regarding the progress? What is the feedback then, if you have had any? I mean, I know that we had the comments box at one time at the counter. I don't know if we still do.
Well, I don't know if this is the most scientific way, but I mean, I do generally feel the number of elevated calls and complaints. And I will say that that volume has dropped significantly. And when I initially took on the role, a lot of them were largely targeted at what I'd describe as internal processing issues or mistakes perhaps being made. And I would say the vast majority I feel these days are they just simply don't like the answer they're receiving, in that we sometimes have to say no. So,
Okay. And are you still meeting with the architect group?
yes.
And so at some time ago, you gave us this for the comprehensive code update. Do you know if that we're still on this particular schedule was handed out? I know it's hard for you to see, but
Yeah.
I guess the question is, where are we on the comprehensive code update?
So we have prioritized the parking effort and the objective design standards based on direction from the last update we gave on the comprehensive zoning code update. So those will be coming much sooner. The overall schedule remains 26 months. And when you factor in the contracting and when we started at mid-July. So 26 months out from then, and we are on track. And parking counts have already been taking place, both during the summer peak period. They'll continue through the fall. The architects working on the objective design standards have already been canvassing the city on multiple occasions. So the work is well underway.
Do you know when we'll have the next subcommittee meeting by any chance?
We're expecting the data results from the parking. That was going to be the next milestone. I think there's one more data collection scheduled at the beginning of October. So sometime mid-October.
Thank you.
I think I would just kind of so Mark and I, the subcommittee, had piggyback on that, which is I think we ought to have a regular set schedule for meetings. And even if there's nothing much to report, there's nothing much to report. Otherwise, it just sort of goes into for us, it goes into a black box. I know you guys are working on it, but I think we could benefit from just, whether it's every 60 days or whatever, just schedule it.
Absolutely. We'll get a standing meeting on the calendar.
Further questions? Okay, let's open public comment on this item. Any members of the public want to provide testimony? I don't see any. We'll close public comment. I'll bring it back. Just one data point. I feel like I get a lot less emails from people that I have to escalate to you, so it saves me a lot of time, and I really appreciate that, Matt. I think that is actually a good sign of that we are really getting our hands around this. I do think the fundamental issue that we have is you're trying to basically, pilot the ship while you're trying to fix it from the inside. And so, what I've always thought is we need to have an advanced planning division. And I think the sooner we get there, the sooner we can focus on these longer term projects, complicated projects, while still being able to maintain the day-to-day and ultimately use the advanced planning to strive for continuous improvement and, fix our processes and make things work better for all residents. But really grateful for what you do, Matt. It's a breath of fresh air to have you in this role, and so grateful for all the members of your team who work very hard. And anyway, we're all very grateful. So it's great to see progress, and we can always continue moving in that direction. But I feel like we are moving in the right direction. So other comments? No. Okay. So good. So there's no recommended action here to receive and file. So thank you, Matt and Aaron. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And then for the next items, so we have I just want to see what members of the public want to testify so we can see if we can move up one of them. So we have the downtown action plan. I think Ann wants to speak on that. Anyone else want to speak on 12, the downtown action? Okay, we have 13. Does anyone want to speak on that? Okay, so we'll move 13 behind 24. So we'll go to 12 next. So whoever's on 12 will be getting ready. And then Environmental Sustainability Committee. I think I see Steve here to present on that. Okay, so we'll move 13 after 24, but we're going to continue in order. So we'll go to item 17 next. We'll handle 13 at the end.
Thank you.
Sorry. 12. Yeah, my apologies. So item 12, which is the award of task order for the design of the downtown action plan improvements. And then after that, we will consider item 17. So who's presenting on?
So, Mr. Mayor, Tom will be able to present if you would like a brief staff report on it.
Do we want a staff report on that, or do we want to? You want to give a very brief staff report, and then we'll see what the commentary that we hear from the public, and we can get more information based on that.
Sure. Good evening, Council. Tom Perez, your city engineer. Just very briefly on this item, the award of task order for the downtown action plan improvements along Ocean Avenue. We're proposing an award of task order to KOA Corporation to perform the engineering design of the project. The scope of the project includes revamping the sidewalk along Ocean Avenue from Forest to Coast Highway. That would include new tree grates, new in areas where tree grate does not fit. It would be new DG or other type of treatment at the tree well. We're also looking at a improvement along Beach between Broadway and Ocean, where we would widen the sidewalk along the Rasta Taco area to provide some improved pedestrian access through that area. So if you're familiar, there's the large ficus tree next to the channel. So we're looking at improving ADA accessibility around that tree while preserving the tree in place. In addition, we will be looking at just providing a consistent look and feel along the street. Today, there's very varying types of sidewalk pavement. Will improve ADA accessibility at drive approaches and at the street corners. So the staff report included a concept plan that was prepared by SWA, and that's going to set the basis for the project. As part of our project timeline, we include one online public meeting. We're anticipating a planning commission concept review, and then later concept design review hearing. And with that, I'll conclude and be available for questions.
Any questions?
None.
No questions? Okay, so let's open public comment on this item.
My name is Ann Christoph, and I was part of the consultant team that did the landscape and scenic highways resource document. And we made a lot of recommendations about areas in the downtown, and one of them had to do with this downtown action plan. When it was presented, there were a lot of issues and a lot of problems with the presentation. There was a lot of objections to what was in the downtown action plan. There were suggestions to remove trees, significant numbers of trees in that plan. And this whole grate system that was supposed to be a better soil environment for the trees, all those things were in this plan, but the plan was never approved by the council because of all the controversy regarding tree removal and tree choices and so forth, and it just was put on hold. So this agenda bill mentions that the downtown action plan was never approved. So why are we going forward with design of a project where the basic plan was not approved? And what exactly are we doing and having SWA doing a design development plan, same deal, not an approved idea in the public meetings, and hiring an engineer to do detailed work? We don't know what they're designing towards. So it seems to me we need that concept phase right away before any engineering gets going. And we need to know, what is this downtown action plan going to be? How is it going to work? How is the whole downtown going to be fit with this program? None of those questions are answered as far as I know. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this item? Let's go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council members, city manager. I wasn't prepared to talk about this tonight. I wasn't aware this was even in here. I just kind of looked ahead on the agenda and I saw some of the plans, and it's kind of alarming. I know it's still a tentative thing and that it looks like they're proposing. So I apologize if I'm saying anything that's not correct, because I was scanning quickly. Turning Ocean Avenue into one way going towards the ocean, which I'm assuming is southbound, if I have that correct, is alarming because, it's thinking of all about, it seems to be this theme is thinking all about the tourists and not about the residents. We want the residents to be able to go downtown, enjoy downtown. And if you have one way going towards the ocean, which is already a traffic problem, imagine once you're parked on Ocean Avenue, now the only way to exit is going towards PCH. I don't know how we expect that to be that's going to be a safety issue. That's going to be an issue for people wanting to go the other direction, maybe out the canyon. And again, it goes back to hurting small businesses. And with this plan, it seems to be this is just the proposal of the design to then potentially approve it as a one-way, but there's no option for it to be approved as how it is now, going both directions. So I think it might be a good idea to have that, just in case it is not a good idea to have it go one way, which, it would be nice to maybe add a town hall on that, because this is something that's going to affect all residents, because now downtown between Park and Broadway will be only one-way streets or block streets. So we expect people coming from the south to turn on Park and then Glen Eyrie to get logjam there, and from the north coming south, turn on Broadway and then Beach. It seems to be something that looks like a great idea, but I think will have a lot of consequences down the road. I wish I had more to say on this, but because it was just last minute, I just wanted some of those items brought up, and hopefully that can be thought of before anything, we spend any money going down a direction that we don't want to go. So to have more of two different options, a plan for if it is a one-way and a plan for if it's two-way. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. Any other speakers on this item? Okay, let's bring this back to council.
Mr. Mayor, could Tom, as you stated, the plan, sorry, the contract includes at least 2 public meetings, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And then the concept that Nick brought up about the one-way, that was to see if that is even feasible. It wasn't to recommend it as the final design.
Correct. To elaborate on that, in 2019, 2020 timeframe, there was a project that was constructed at the intersection of Coast Highway and Ocean, where the curb returns were actually set up to make that a one-way. At that time, it was coincided with the promenade, so it was not implemented. So the intent here was to perform an engineering study to analyze, now that we know how traffic's operating today, to see if it would even operate or not. So it is very much looking at it as an alternative.
And then thank you, Tom. I respect Ann Christoph's concerns, but I also think that were we to revisit the downtown action plan today, and you guys can correct me because I wasn't here at the time, it would look quite a bit different. We have the promenade in one location, and then all I know is I'm on Ocean a lot, and I just think it's dilapidated and needs a lot of work, and we could keep, and I think we looked at it this way, like, what can we start early to resolve? And sorry, all the folks in this room would probably agree that it's the location that tend to have the most vacancies too. And what we talked about as a council, sorry, you guys talked about as council in January was, what can we do? What the triangle or that supports, what can we do from public infrastructure to support private development and just the overall look and feel of the street? And we looked at this at Ocean and Beach as having trip and fall problems, and having chipped concrete and things dilapidated, having ADA issues. And we said, let's pull this out and start it earlier. And so I respect the concept of approving an overall plan, but I also think that this is being looked at carefully with public input to make sure that it's not something that folks in Laguna would not embrace.
Thank you, Dave. I think I'm going to say a couple of those things in a bit of a different way. I've toured this with Tom and Mark and Dave, the Ocean Avenue. One of the reasons I had asked for the tour was because of some of the recent trip and fall issues and my concerns about additional trip and fall issues, especially on the area next to Whole Foods that you had mentioned. There just is really no other option than what you had explained. So we have these different scenarios. We talked about the tree grates. We put the rubberized material in the tree wells. It has settled and still, we still have a trip issue there. We have the old concrete that we used to put in there, and that cracked and broke out. And now we're using the mulch, and that gets kicked out of the planter and creates a tripping hazard. And, it's my observation, and I've really paid attention working with staff, and I appreciate you guys' time and patience. And she did mention that we had a conversation regarding a downtown action plan at some point. And I've talked to members of the community, and they've weighed in on that action plan. And I understand that there was recommendations made in that action plan that made sense to a design team, meaning that there were tree removals that were suggested. And I understand why those suggestions were made. But that conversation evolved quickly into a very negative situation. And it's my observation that happens a lot in this community. So what's happened right now is it got put on hold and never revisited. And as that happened, these unsafe conditions have continued, and the tripping hazard have become worse, and the deterioration has evolved, and we haven't revisited. And it's almost as though anybody's afraid to touch it because of how that originally evolved. So I just wanted to throw that out there. It's my observation, and I look forward to getting this going. Another thing that we've made comments about in town is the city has hired consultants that don't understand the community and don't really embrace its, aesthetics. And one of the reasons why I appreciate SWA is they are in the community, they've worked in the community, they get the aesthetic of the community. And, we talk about best practices and procurement. And I agree with all of that, but at the same time, you can't have it both ways. Are you going to hire somebody for the best price, or are you going to hire somebody because they get Laguna? So I think that we need to be conscientious of that going forward as well. So anyway, I just wanted to throw in my 2 cents. Thank you. What's that? Well, the one way is just, as Dave had said, it's just merely as this process goes through. It was originally studied, and they're just going to bring it back and ask us if it's something that we're interested in. They're just going to kind of complete something, a conversation that had once started. It doesn't mean that we're going to run off and do it.
Yeah, we'll get the analysis about whether we want to
Right,
do
but
it.
the majority of what they're actually working on, I know it, because I walked it with them several times, are the primary issues with ADA and dealing with tree wells and some of the other just sidewalk issues as far as unevenness and just to make it compliant.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you look on Ocean now, we've replaced some of the driveways that go into some of the businesses, like Bank of America, and I think there's a couple of them, I can't remember them, but it looks so much better. Yeah, Wells Fargo, it looks so much better. If you walk and look at the sidewalks down there, they're uneven, they don't look that great.
I think it's worth noting that aesthetically, by the way, what he's talking about is pretty much the same as far as brick. The downtown action plan had a lot of different materials, a lot of different design approaches. There was just a lot more elements that were part of that proposal that this does not include. This is strictly more leaning toward just remedies to make things safer, and it carries the same theme that we currently have as far as the brick borders and whatnot.
Yeah, the downtown action plan, I think we talked about that in 2019, but then we had the pandemic and we stopped talking. We haven't talked about it since, and some of it's, I think, out of date. We probably need to go back and relook at it. But an unfortunate controversy happened because SWA gave us some drawings. The council never voted on any of that. We never voted on any of that. We never approved them. And we had people putting ads in the paper showing no trees in the downtown, which was ridiculous. So anyway, we just need to go back and take a look. It's just a lot of misinformation went out.
So on the, and I appreciate both the public comments on this item, as it relates to, so we'll get, because I mean, anecdotally, if I'm just looking at it from, the one way thing I find kind of intriguing, because really, as you would go all the way to Broadway if you're going to go, to the canyon, or because otherwise you're going to basically have to go, stop, turn left, and then turn right again. And from a safety perspective, I think there might be merit. So we'll have full traffic, but again, I don't want to make policy based on anecdote. So we'll have full analysis about like the traffic impacts from a safety perspective of that decision. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Where is that in this scope?
Yes, that was something actually we had issued KOA a directive to start outside of this scope.
Okay.
So they've been working on that on a separate task.
So we'll have like traffic counts that would be able to be used to provide an informed recommendation about how we'd want to move forward.
Correct.
That would, in terms of traffic flow, safety, all of that.
Yes.
Okay.
Mayor, if I may just give a quick example, when Sue just brought up the trees and the SWA brought forth a proposal to replace the trees, and Dave and I met last week regarding some issues. I mean, I don't want to rip out trees, but there are situations in town. So what would happen is SWA would come back and say, I recommend this tree be removed. And then you'd say, well, SWA, why is that? And they would say, because the sidewalk is buckling and it's causing the water to be diverted into a building. And Dave and I were looking at different concepts as an example of what to do. And one of the solutions was possibly a small retaining wall around that tree well. So my point to this is we need to keep these conversations going instead of killing them in their tracks. We need to keep the conversations going in a positive direction instead of just starting to spread a bunch of disinformation that stop the conversations.
Well said. Yeah. Good. Further comments?
I appreciate what my fellow council members have said, and I also appreciate the public comment. I think what I'm hearing from you, Tom, is that we're going to have two opportunities for the public to weigh in with some concepts as well as some information about traffic engineering.
Correct.
Okay. I'm comfortable with that moving forward. I think that gives us the opportunity to be very transparent about what we're looking at and gives the public a real opportunity to weigh in.
And so is that concept, and sorry, Bob, I interrupt you, is that concept coming to us as well before it goes through the process?
Yeah, I would actually made a note to myself, thinking the best way, for instance, to bring the one-way study and the concept and just thinking out loud, maybe like a study session might
I think
be
that makes
appropriate.
sense. Yeah, perhaps a joint session with the planning commission or just a study, but I think that it's good for us to have that for us to hear from the public and then look at the facts to, because it's not just a design thing, it's a traffic thing. So
And that would include the tree well solutions?
Yeah, we can do that. We have already had an arborist begin looking at all the trees to make determinations just on their health as they sit today. And then we'll work that into the design as well.
Thank you.
Okay, Bob.
Yeah, I think a lot of the comments have been very helpful in terms of eliminating this. I think the basic improvements, the street improvements, the bump outs, the sidewalk improvements, that all that stuff should just go ahead, full speed. The real issue, and as Nick Aronoff noted and council, is the one way. There was a lot of controversy on that when it first came up, I don't know, 2018, something like that. And I think the challenge with that, and I don't know what kind of traffic analysis KOA is proposing to do, is you don't really know the impact of it until you do it, right? That you can't, to simulate what the impact of changing Ocean to a one-way is difficult to do it. And maybe traffic engineers think they can do it. But I mean, is there any way, have you ever seen this? Is there any way to try something like that on a temporary basis where you see what the actual traffic patterns, what happens to them? Because the different fact now, back compared to when we were first talking about it, is, we now got the promenade. So coming from the south, you either turn on Laguna Ave or you turn on Broadway to get into the downtown, right? Those are your two choices. Or more people divert up to Glen Eyrie and come in that way. Divert up earlier before they get to Laguna Ave. So have you ever seen that where you actually temporarily change a traffic pattern to see what happens?
I personally have not done that on this large of a scale, maybe on like a neighborhood traffic pattern, smaller scale. But I would say we do have the previous plan that was put together. It'd just be a question of, how long we would want to do that and monitor it. It could also, I guess, some of the concern is it could be subjective, whether it was impactful or not, or, what do people see as problematic, but certainly something that could be looked into.
So maybe a good solution here is you have this concept review because the data will show about like how many people are going to use that as an actual route to be driving somewhere from from PCH, and then you could present some options, including the option of a pilot program as part of that concept review, and we could give feedback in that way to figure out what the right way to evaluate a next step. What do you guys think of that? Or are we suggesting that
I'm okay with that as long as we can proceed with the improvements, at least on Upper Forest without this.
But I think there's two separate things going on, right? And so it's a question of how do we want to evaluate this? Because I hear what Bob's saying about you can't really know the impacts till you test it out. But
do these other hardscape improvements, do most of them, are they indifferent to which way the street goes, or they can only be designed?
Yeah, I'll need to take a closer look. I'm thinking maybe like bulb outs may be the biggest impact in that sense, but sidewalk drive approaches, things of that nature, it wouldn't change either way.
I'm willing to see the study, but when you drive down Ocean Avenue, if you if someone's turning left, the whole thing backs up. Because, it's almost like when I drive down there, I wish people wouldn't do a left-hand turn because it takes forever to do a left-hand turn there. Yep, yeah, because all the pedestrians and stuff, it just.
Out
I
on
don't
the
know.
PC, you mean out on the PCH?
It's highway, yeah.
But that wouldn't change, right? That would be the same.
It would be the same, but there's no way to go, what I'm saying is, yeah, if you go left, fine, but you can't turn right. You can't turn right if you're in, there's one lane, you can't turn right. If someone's going to turn left, you
Yeah.
just sit there. That happened to me the other day and I thought, this is not a very good situation here.
Well, I mean, I think the process, needs to be thought through. I don't know whether it'd be better to have planning get the traffic's information first, or as you're saying, Alex, have a joint meeting, but I mean, it sounds like that's going to impact the improvements that get designed. So you can't really make a lot of headway until you make that decision, right? You can make some.
I don't know why we just don't improve the streetscape and leave the street alone. That's my opinion, but.
So why don't we have, so I guess to answer the question from earlier, Tom, so it seems like there would be an impact in terms of what the improvements are, whether we want to look at the one way or keep the street as is, right?
Yeah, I think the biggest impact is at the intersection with Coast Highway. The rest I'm picturing is striping and maybe some of the extents of the bulb outs.
For somebody who lives downtown, having that street one way, in my opinion, would be inconvenient, but that's just being
That's what you, okay.
a downtown
So then
person.
what do you recommend?
That the street remain two ways.
Do you want to exclude it from the review?
Well, I'm just letting them know.
Why wouldn't we want to
What
look
I-
at the option though?
Aren't we
I'm
currently
just telling you.
are we waiting on a report?
Yes, so the work on that report has begun. They've taken their traffic counts and they're working through the report. So I was thinking that would be an early item that we could complete and share.
Yeah, it seems foolish for us to make a
Fine.
decision on that tonight if we're waiting on that report.
I agree with that. I think that there's no reason why we can't have two different options here. Come to us with concept at a very preliminary level, show us the data about, maybe it's the greatest thing since sliced bread and we just don't know it. We want to hear from the public, and then we shouldn't be afraid of making a decision, right? And I think that, there's good arguments either way about it. I haven't really thought through those arguments, so I want to be able to do that in a thoughtful way. And so that would be my recommendation, is that we have come back to the council with a concept review with preliminary design. And then with the data that that would be critical to understanding this. And then we would have other options. Maybe at that point we could say, we want further analysis with a pilot. We could explore different options, but at least that gives us the ability to just assess.
If we go down that path and we do a pilot and these things, can we agree that we would do upper Ocean, the street improvements?
Yeah, but I think that would be coming back to us as part of all
Yes.
this, right? So I think, as is, what this says is basically that we're going to be doing it to one way. And what I'm hearing from my colleagues up here is we're not ready to make that decision, right? So, but we want to hear input from all perspectives on this that would allow us to make a good decision and understand the trade-offs involved. Is that a fair characterization? I don't think that means that.
Yeah, I just think that if we do find that it's feasible to do a test run, I could see that just taking a little bit more time.
But I'd imagine that there's components of this that are not affected by this. So we need to understand what those components are and then move forward in that way.
Well, I see your point, Mark, which is Upper Forest is unaffected because it's already one way. So move ahead full speed
Yeah.
with designing that and doing all that and all those improvements. And then I wouldn't spend a lot of money on design between Beach and Coast Highway until we get back this item you're describing.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
So do you feel like you have clear direction that there's consensus about Upper Forest, and then we want, super
Ocean,
Oh yeah, Upper
Not
Ocean, sorry.
just for the record.
Thank you. Otherwise we're confusing it more. And then we want, the data to come back, and then maybe like super high level about what the trade-offs would be associated with, one way or another. And then but don't go, all in on that, because we don't want to make that decision yet. We don't have the information in front of us. And, to the point that Nick made, it's fair that it's not, we shouldn't be making a big decision like that right now. And so I think that, adjusting as we just described is a fair approach. So
Do you have clarity, Tom?
Yeah, that seems clear to me. Focus first ocean, upper ocean and beach. In the meantime, we're gonna advance that traffic study and then make a determination how we want to further study a one-way or abandon the issue.
Yeah, come back to the council with the concept, the concept of what that would look like and what the trade-offs would be, and yeah. Good, clear direction. Do we need a motion to effectuate that?
Well, I'd move the recommended action because we have to approve the contract, right?
And then with that clear direction from the council about.
And then why don't we just add a fourth recommendation, what you just said, Mayor, which is direct staff to bring back to council the data analysis on the one-way, potential one-way on Ocean, Lower Ocean.
Before
Doing the design.
Before doing this, yeah, that's good. Clear on your end, Tom? Okay, so Bob, did you want to make that motion?
Yeah, make that motion.
Okay.
Second.
Seconded by Mark. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. So now we're going to go to item 17, the Environmental Sustainability Committee recommendations.
And just so you know, Mr. Mayor, the results are back in from West Street if you wanted to take that now or wanted to wait a little bit.
Yike. I know we have other people who are speaking on the other, so I appreciate, we're trying to move quickly. I think we should just do West Street then, right? So Hallie and I will leave. What did you say?
The West Street matter is brief, yeah, but.
Yeah, let's just do that. So Hallie and I are going to leave.
Okay, we'll resume item 27. The balloting proposed underground utility assessment, District 20211 West Street. And so Pierre, you have some results for us?
We do, yeah. Thank you, City Council. We did go to conference room A. We tallied all the ballots that were cast for the project. A total of 95 ballots were cast out of 100. So a very good return rate on this project, probably one of the highest I have seen. Of the ones that were cast, 2 were what we call null votes, meaning they were incomplete. So they did not count toward the vote. Those are noted here. But we have a final tally of 59 yes votes, 34 no votes. The percentage of yes votes at almost 63%. No votes stand at a shade under 36%. And the assessment amounts for each one are shown on the right column. So $3.1 million in yes votes versus 1.75 million for the no votes for this project.
Thank you. So the no votes just were, you couldn't understand what the...
They were incomplete, so they were returned either with no marked vote on them or missing a name or a signature. For those reasons, we could not count them.
A Chad issue? Okay, thank you. So we go to...
You go to item
7.
Yeah. 6 and 7 would be your, right? No,
Yes.
Pierre, can you put that back on the screen?
Sure.
Thanks.
Okay, 6 and 7.
So on 6 is to adopt the resolutions, and then 7 is to make a secret determination. So on 6, I had a chance to talk briefly with our assistant, Pat, our assistant city attorney. Just two minor things on the resolutions that I'd like to
On 6?
offer. Yeah, on 6. So this is on page 15 of the agenda bill. It's just a minor change in the language on section 5E. I think that is duplicative of the language in 5A, and I think it should read, all parcels receiving special benefit from the improvements are included within the boundaries of the assessment district and are being assessed. So I think that the phrasing got out of place there. So that would be all parcels receiving special benefit from the improvements are included within the boundaries of the assessment district and are being assessed. And then on the second resolution, just a small change to make it consistent with the recommended action on page 22 of the agenda bill. The very end of section 3 is authorizing the city manager to approve project-related expenses and construction change orders for unforeseen circumstances. The recommended action we have up front is to do that, but for an amount not to exceed $339,350. So I think we should just add at the end of that sentence after the words unforeseen circumstances, in an amount not to exceed $339,350, just to be consistent. And with those two changes, I would move items 6 and 7 as amended.
Okay, I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. That concludes that, right? Thanks, Pierre. Thanks for all your
Okay,
work
thank
on
you.
this.
So if we're getting ready, the next item when they come back is 17, right?
Are we going to skip?
Oh, did we?
Well, that's mine, but we can move that. Yeah, I don't mind if we.
You're gonna go to,
next.
okay,
I don't care at all.
hit the ones where there are people speaking on.
Okay, so now we are going to consider item 17, which is a recommendation, which includes recommendations from the environmental.
Didn't someone pull 13?
Yeah, we're going to tier 13 after 24.
Sorry.
Yeah. So we're going to consider item 17, Environmental Sustainability Committee recommendations. Councilmember Jones, you're the liaison. Do you want to kick the item off? I don't know who, maybe Jeremy from staff will be providing a report. So
Yeah, Jeremy can kick it off.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Jeremy Fremont, Assistant City Manager. I know this this item was pulled by Councilmember Whalen. Is there a specific question that you had on this item?
We're jumping around here. Which one are we on?
Number 17.
No, 17.
Environmental
I thought we were-
Sustainability Committee.
the
About
glue
17.
traps.
I
concrete.
I don't think I pulled this, did I?
I think
pulled
did you
13.
pull this one?
no.
I pulled 13, but it's just me, and we have
13.
Steve here for 17, and
Someone pulled it. I don't know. So why don't you give a brief overview and then we'll hear from the public and we can address any questions.
Perfect. Well, Councilmember Jones, Steve, and I at the Environmental Sustainability Committee have been trying to find a way to bring the committee's work to the council and the public and not just have it be siloed. And what we came up with is really borrowing the play from the PTC and how they quarterly, biannually bring a list of their recommended actions. And that's what you're seeing tonight. There's 3 actions in front of you. One is that they're requesting or recommending that the city council direct staff to pursue further. First is developing an ordinance that bans the local sale as well as the use of glue traps on public property. The second is to look at incorporating carbon positive concrete as a bid material into our into our bid packages for infrastructure projects. And then the last is to evaluate and implement a landscaping project into the fiscal year 26-27 capital improvement program that would convert the landscaping at City Hall to a native plant garden. And that concludes my presentation.
Any questions from the council on this? No questions. Let's go to the public and hear if there, oh, Bob, sorry.
Well, yeah, no, it comes back to me. Maybe I did pull this one. Actually, it was on item 3, which is, and I don't know if, I guess Steve's here. I mean, I have a concern and I'm just wondering whether we should, have a conversation now about this item 3 before it goes off into whatever process it's going to go off in, which would be, I guess, directing it to be put in the capital improvement program for 26-27. I mean, the grass out at City Hall, I think, is a little bit like the grass at Main Beach. I mean, it is a public gathering area and has functions like we have art, out there. We have weddings out there. We have things. So that's why I wanted to have a conversation here, whether we should, move this item tonight or not. So I didn't want to just have it go on consent without some conversation.
It gets used at the farmer's market quite a bit as well. So I have the same issue with number 3.
We can hear that after the public. Any other questions? No. Okay, let's go to the public on this. We have, do you want Steve from the Environmental Sustainability Committee?
So definitely appreciate your concern, but I think you're, if I think you're jumping to a conclusion as to what the project would look like without considering what the options could be, because you can take a situation like this, which is a lot of grass, and figure out a way to get that into a much more sustainable and native plant situation without necessarily destroying its use as something, the uses that currently exist. I think this is also a situation, and this is true with whether it's the glue trap ban or the carbon positive concrete or converting the vehicle fleet to electric vehicles. It's a matter of the city sort of putting its money where its mouth is and really becoming a showcase for the sustainable actions. And I think having, as much as I know people love their English gardens and all, but having flowering plants and watered lawns and everything, at the same time, we're trying to tell people to plant around their house ember-resistant plants, get rid of their lawns, to save on water. We're not setting a great example for the public at large. So I'm just hoping that you'll be able to consider that. It's not something that you have to set in stone, but I'd at least like you to be able to look at options that could be both sustainable, native, and serve the functions that that particular piece of property currently serves. So.
Okay.
Hey, Steve, I have a question on the concrete. I don't know anything about carbon positive concrete. Does it perform as well as the concrete we've been using for decades?
So I'm not a concrete expert either, but concrete is one of the most carbon intensive manufacturing processes. And as much as research as we've been able to do, there are alternatives that are just as good, but reduce the carbon footprint of the concrete. And what we're asking, since none of us have the expertise to make that decision, is can we at least inject that into the decision-making process so we can see what the alternatives are, what the costs are. If it turns out that they're astronomical, then maybe we have to wait until that technology matures. But at this point, it might be worth at least taking a look at.
Perfect. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it.
All right.
Further testimony on this item?
Does anybody remember the whole issue about the pepper tree and the pepper tree almost getting cut down? Well, that was the result of a previous study on what should be planted out in front of City Hall. So Bob Borthwick was hired to do alternative plans for this area with the exact same concerns that we're talking about now. And he did several different options. And he said, but I don't want to change anything about what is the environment for that pepper tree if it could jeopardize it, because that tree is used to the lawn, it's used to this situation. And so I want an arborist to look at it. Little did he know that the arborist was going to say, oh yeah, but the pepper tree has got all these rotten spots in it and it's too dangerous. And remember they fenced off the front of City Hall for a while because someone might walk under this branch that might fall. It was big. It was a big deal. And so finally they cut the tree back to 12 feet high so that if there was a falling branch, the branches wouldn't be there anymore. So that put the kibosh on this whole study of whatever it was started to do, went away. Council forgot all about that we were going to do this study of what's going to be planted at City Hall. So I would say ask him to bring what he studied, because it's already been done. It's the exact same thing. And yes, I agree with the concern about this is a lawn area that can be used for activities. It is not wasted in some kind of frontage that nobody ever walks on. So, and the Water District has a wonderful demonstration garden there. So I think we can also think of other locations in town that could have more demonstration gardens. For example, at the 4th Avenue Water District site where the tunnel was, we were hoping that the South Coast Water District would have a drought-tolerant demonstration garden on the rest of the property where the tunnel access is not needed. And that would be wonderful. The community would love it. It would be educational. It would be spreading the message to another area of town. And I think there's other sites in town where we can also have that kind of thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this item? No? Okay, so let's bring this back to the council. So who wants to start?
What?
Go ahead, Bob.
I already spoke. Why don't you go ahead, Hallie, if you have some thoughts?
I really, this committee is amazing. We have incredible people on this committee, and I really appreciate what I see as the opportunity to integrate the committee's work with city staff and city priorities. And I wonder if it might be wise, Steve, for us to take back to the committee a proposal to evaluate different locations in town, but also potentially work with Public Works to see what's already coming up, what is currently being planned, and how can we integrate more native plants into those existing projects.
Bob?
Yeah, and Ann is right, and I recall all that history, and it did seem to nothing ever came of it. I guess Bob did some, but my concern was in particular, if you look at page 2, I wasn't clear on what we were being asked to approve, but if you look at the staff report on page 2, under the native plant garden at City Hall, so, this says staff recommends the city council support the inclusion of a native demonstration garden in the FY 26-27 capital improvement program. The recommended approach is to retain a landscape architect to prepare design prints, present the proposed plan to the Planning Commission for public input, and then proceed with installation of the garden based on approved plans. I mean, that's like, do it, right?
Yeah.
So I just think, and there is now, I think it's a state law taking effect January 1, that any grass any publicly owned grass, a public agency owned grass that's not actively used has to be removed.
Yeah.
But this is actively used, so it wouldn't be affected by that. Main Beach is actively used, it wouldn't be affected by it. So I mean, there are changes coming where maybe other places, not parks and things, but there may be certain areas where you'd have to take it out. And maybe there's ways here to do some of what Steve was describing without losing the whole green grass, right? Maybe the center section stays or something, but I just didn't want this to go charging off like a native garden over at you know, the water district, which is a beautiful garden, without us discussing the functionality of what we have in front of City Hall.
Yeah.
So that's the reason I wanted to have the discussion.
Well, I tend to, I think those are all good points. I tend to agree with Steve that it makes sense sort of like in government when we're forcing people in their homes to do all this conservation stuff. Leading by example makes a lot of sense to me. And you know, one of the I was saying earlier during our study session, I spent a lot of time going through our check register for this agenda, and we spend a lot of money on water. It's pretty crazy how much we spend on water. So wherever possible that we can do that. I don't know if this is the right place to do it. AB 1572 is, I think, the law you were referring to, Bob, which is going to say non-functional turf that is decorative and serves no other function. Maybe we would argue that this does serve a function in terms of picnics and things like that. But I'm sure there are other opportunities elsewhere. I think my problem with including it in the CIP today is that, you know, one of my goals is to have more accountability with our capital projects. And so every time we add something, we should assume that means we need to take something out, because, you know, there's no such thing as there's time that's going to be spent on this that would not otherwise be spent on other projects. I think that's important for us as council members to do, because we want to have high expectations for our staff to deliver these projects. So by adding more things to the workload without deprioritizing other items, I think that's just not a recipe for accountability. So I'd be open to having a future conversation when we're looking at the whole CIP about, you know, maybe what should we take out if we want to move this up. But, you know, there probably should be a conversation overall about how do we comply with this bill that goes into effect at the beginning of January 1, 2027. But so that's where I would be, is that this could be a part of a future CIP discussion, but I don't want to be in the business of just adding things to the CIP in the middle of the year without taking something out.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, we scrubbed the CIP a while ago. We took out some of the things that we thought we didn't need to do. And what I'm kind of worried about is we have a lot of things that we need to do, and we have a lot of things we need to spend money on. This to me I get Steve's point, but I don't really want to spend the money on. We have so many other things.
So we've had discussions recently about the working conditions and our ability to retain staff. And we're doing the facilities master plan and I imagine one of these days, City Hall is going to be brought up as far as some changes that are made. And maybe this can be, you know, because if this got installed now and we remodeled part of City Hall later, chances are a good portion of it would get destroyed through that effort. So maybe it's part of the conversation if we decide to do something with City Hall, which I think that we're going to do something, I mean, sooner rather than later. So that in Laguna, that means 5 or 10 years. So.
My suggestion is that we move forward with recommendation 1 and 2, and we change recommendation 3 to recommend that the ESC look at alternative locations, come back to City Council with recommendations on alternative locations, including City Hall, if that's something that the committee feels strongly about, where we can install a native plant garden. Potentially meet with Public Works on upcoming projects that are already in progress. And lastly, I think there would be no better group to do a quick survey of publicly owned lands that have lawns that need to be considered for
AB 1572.
AB 1572, exactly.
Yes.
I would make that motion.
That makes sense. And then any projects would be a part of any future CIP discussion where we could prioritize and deprioritize accordingly. That's a good approach. So is that a motion?
Yes,
Okay.
and move that action.
I would second that.
And it doesn't have to be a part of the motion, but I would encourage the committee to look at some of those drawings that Bob Borthwick did. Maybe.
I think that's a really good
Yeah,
point.
I would agree with that.
Okay, so I seconded it. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, now we are on item 24. Should we wait, Mark? Should we just go ahead? Yeah, let's just go ahead.
Just go ahead.
We'll go ahead. Yeah, so, okay, so let's do a brief staff, or let's do a staff report on this, Jeremy, and then we'll hear from the public and then bring it back to council.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Pardon me. Coming back this evening to clarify the August 12th council action on our fuel modification program. Really, I think, and I apologize to the council and the community, conflated two separate programs that do overlap at times. Our fuel modification program and then our emergency invasive species program. And there's also key distinctions to both of these programs. Our fuel modification program is not going to use herbicide, and it's a regular maintenance program. It's always occurring. And then separate, you have this emergency invasive species program that does use herbicide. But it's much more sporadic and a much more smaller scale, which I'll get to. But nevertheless, they do overlap, and they have an ability to conflict with one another. Quickly to get a size of these programs, our wildland habitat in Laguna, I haven't nailed down a rock solid number, but our range is somewhere between 3,000 and 4,000 acres of wildland. Our fuel mod that's hand crew treated is 125 acres. And then through all of that, not within our fuel modification, I would say within the entire wildland habitat of Laguna Beach, the emergent invasive species treatment is about 1 acre. Looking at our fuel modification program, as I mentioned, it does have an adopted addendum that does address herbicide use. Now, we're not necessarily using the specifics of that herbicide addendum because the council has voted on a program that is not going to use herbicide through 2028. At the time of presenting, there was an option, right? We presented the Nature's Image contract with 2 options. Use herbicide as routine maintenance or do not use herbicide for routine maintenance. We did not use herbicide. That was the action taken by council. And the emergent invasive species program, we're relying on a regional treatment protocol, and that's that early detection rapid response. We don't have a city adopted policy addressing how herbicides should be used in this program. And I think that's another confusion point. Now, going through this process, I think what we've identified, I mean, staff, is that the fuel modifications herbicide addendum fits well with this program, and we're recommending that it should be applied to how we approach our emergent invasive species program. Quick summary: when we're looking at the Venn diagram, fuel modification, for clarification, routine maintenance is not going to use herbicide, and also there's been some characterizations that the team is going to be using the IPS program as a loophole to use herbicide for routine maintenance in its fuel modification zones. I want to make it clear to the public and to the council, this is not the intent. They're separate programs. Nature's Image is not going to be touching any emergent invasive species programs. When we look at the emergent invasive species side, we are going to try to treat without herbicide first. If herbicide is required, then we'll use the flow charts that are included in the staff report to determine what type of herbicide is used through an incremental approach up to glyphosate, not glyphosate as a starting. Then we're going to use the fuel modification herbicide addendum to guide how that herbicide is applied. I'm not asking anyone to read this. I'm going to stick just to the colors here. The blue, what you're looking at, that's the start of our questions that when we are presented with an emergent invasive species, say, is this on the list? If it is, we're going to go to these dark orange or these golden boxes, which are really mechanical treatment. Start with mechanical treatment. Is it working? And working means, are there more plants growing back or are there less plants after we treat the area? Then if we see that the species is continuing to expand, we get down into these lighter orange boxes. And this bottom box here, that's the treatment protocol addendum. So we need to do public notification, property owner permission, pest control advisory and training, make sure all the licenses are in place, et cetera. And then we're going to go through an incremental approach. What this box is saying is we start with non-Prop 65 EPA level 3 herbicides or organic herbicides. If those don't work, then we proceed to herbicides that are on the Prop 65 or EP level 2 herbicides. And if that's unsuccessful, then we get to this bottom category, and this is where glyphosate is on the list. So we have mechanical, multiple iterations before we do get to glyphosate, but it is not by letter of the policy excluded from treatment. Here are the recommendations I provided. I've kind of revised them, I think, to make them less wordy. The first, and in blue, I'm recommending is actually added to it, is the city council take the position that, and reaffirm that Nature's Image will not use herbicide for regular maintenance or for new projects. We're going to start invasive species, managing them by hand or mechanical removal. If the plants keep spreading, then we're going to recommend herbicide, but only if all required rules and steps are met within that addendum. And then lastly, number 3 is include that addendum as a protocol. So we have all those steps outlined, that limit, which explain limits and rules for herbicide use. That's my presentation, available for questions. Thanks.
Questions from the city council?
I have a question. I'm looking at this flow chart, which is available. I saw some folks taking pictures of the screen. It is available in the staff report online as well. So you guys can definitely find it. Am I correct in that, Jeremy? Yes. Okay. That last orange box, which says proceed with EPA level 1 herbicides. I hear what you're saying, that glyphosate is an EPA level 1 herbicide, and there are other chemicals that fall in that category as well, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And just to clarify why we're here, I think it was confusing, and so our goal was to be transparent and ensure that we had a shared set of facts about what was happening, because we never want to be in a position where something's confusing and the goal is to mislead, because that's the opposite of what we want to do here. So that's why have this before us tonight, and appreciate the presentation. Other questions from council before we go to the public?
So just to be clear, with your new recommendation 1, Nature's Image, there's not going to be any herbicide use. That's crystal clear. But if there is an emergent invasive species that shows up in what is one of our fuel modification zones, the 400 and odd acres that we have, what happens then?
Let me put this as, we would treat it as if it's anywhere in the wildland habitat, save a few locations are those exclusionary zones that are defined. Then that's coming back to a public process. Exclusionary zones are 50 feet from a trail, a park, 100 feet from a school, walkways. Those would trigger public review.
So that's my question. And I don't know whether this would happen or not, given the mechanical treatment but if it did appear in a fuel mod zone and it was within an exclusionary zone, it would go to the exceptions to exclusionary zone process, through that process, and come back to city council for a hearing.
Correct. We would develop a treatment strategy, present that to the council and the public.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Further questions from the city council? Okay, then let's go to the public on this for testimony.
Matt Lawson, I think this is a remarkably environmentally conscientious approach, and I'm particularly appreciative of Jeremy's illustrative graphic, which makes very, very clear the extent to which we have this huge protected area of vegetation, a small area of fuel modification zones, which are essential to protect the city, which we know work to protect the city, and which we must have and keep and maintain to protect the city. And then this tiny little area that might be an acre or 2 or 3, where we are threatened with the invasion of flashy fuels that could literally, if they were allowed to proliferate and expand on an invasive basis, could literally help destroy the city. And I think the minuscule potential for harm in using chemical means, if we have to limit the spread of these invasives, it far is far outweighed by the potential danger of any kind of a major fire incident that would result in millions and millions and millions of tons of extremely carcinogenic, extremely toxic ash that would be impossible to remove, that would pollute our beaches and our coastlines and our ocean environment essentially forever. And that's what they're dealing with right now in Pacific Palisades and Malibu. And they're frankly not dealing with it terribly well. The National Institute of Standards and Technology did a study of what they did in Paradise. They spent more than $3 billion removing something like 6 or 8 tons of toxic ash and soil. And to put that in perspective, on an inflation-adjusted basis, this was 3 or 4 times what was spent in mitigating the worst Superfund site in American history, which was Love Canal. So, I mean, this is the level of toxicity that we're left with in the event of a major fire incident that becomes an urban conflagration. The former executive director of the Coastal Commission cited our fuel modification strategies as being a model of environmentally sensitive fuel modification that he would suggest be rolled out statewide. And we fortunately have a council member who was involved for more than 10 years with the fire department in helping to develop those standards. So for God's sake, let's move forward with it as quickly as possible and save what we have and protect what we must. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Ginger Wallace. You know, we all want the same thing. We want safe fuel mod zones, a healthy green belt, free of invasive species, and no toxic chemicals. I want to thank staff for seeking clarity on this policy to eradicate emergent invasive species. From Chief King, we know that the ban on herbicides in fuel mod zones worked, so we no longer need to debate the success of mechanical treatments tonight. In fact, while cautious, LCF acknowledged that even up to this point, invasive plants have been successfully managed over the past year, also using mechanical techniques. Tonight, you're being asked to alter your previous ban on glyphosate. I hope you will conclude this is unwise and unnecessary. Glyphosate continues to be scrutinized and controversial. Most important are the health impacts, environmental issues, and Roundup now is being looked at as ineffective. This year, diseases and cancer in children were linked to pathways involving glyphosate and other pesticides. A study in the Library of Medicine stated that exposure to glyphosate produces negative changes in our nervous system in humans, rodents, fish, and invertebrates. Studies, too, have shown that Roundup is not 100% effective. It must be repeated. Hence, it is no surprise that the farmers are now realizing and complaining that the weeds are becoming resistant to the chemicals. Many scientists also talk about the added ingredients found in Roundup. They find that they are often more toxic than glyphosate and are very concerned without government review. There are over 100,000 lawsuits debating this controversial herbicide, $11 billion paid to plaintiffs by Bayer. There obviously is reason to be cautious. In January last year, and again in August, this council chamber was filled with residents, families, their children, asking that glyphosate not be used on public lands. You agreed. Let's continue on this proactive path to keep Laguna safe without herbicides. At a minimum, please change recommendation 2 to require a treatment plan that must be approved by you, council, in a transparent public forum. No person, field biologist, or entity should be given discretionary power to use glyphosate without city approval. Thank you. I hope you will follow these precautions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, thank you. I wasn't sure if I was able to ask a question. There was something that was a little unclear with the pie chart.
Do you want to just ask the question, then we'll answer it after public
Sure.
comment? Thank
So
you.
in that pie chart, there was like a, you know, it was kind of like sectioned off and then there was a little overlapping. I think some more clarity on what that overlapping is could be very beneficial to the committee and to the council. So, you know, I heard a lot of good things. And first off, I wanted to say on the website, on the city's website, the map with all the colors and showing where, you know, things have been done, the goats, all that stuff is great. It makes it very informative. It's very clear. So that's a great job, because I don't want to just be coming here complaining. You know, the city's doing great stuff. But one thing that they could improve on is like when things are happening, because I think one thing that's really important, which I appreciate, Mr. Mayor, you mentioned, is, you know, rebuilding the trust from the confusion from before and leading by example. What's a way that the city of Laguna Beach could lead by example? How about joining other cities in the state of California by not using herbicides when the city needs to, you know, perform some, you know, whatever this term is called, mechanical, I apologize, I forget what it's called. But we can lead by example. We don't have to use it. We can't prevent residents from using it. But if the city leads by example and says, hey, we're not going to use this because of all of the things that are, you know, shown where it can cause cancer. There's a lot of, you know, places in the world where they're not using it because of those issues. Laguna can lead by example by not spraying it in the hillsides. And it can also be transparent by showing how are they spraying. Are people wearing these white jumpsuits where they're afraid of, you know, the breathing in the chemicals because it's not safe? Are they using a little spray bottle and it's very targeted? Is the goal complete eradication of these invasive species? Is that even realistic? We're talking about nature, right? And because then we're going to be spraying forever. You know, obviously what we don't want is, okay, it's not glyphosate, it's, you know, just barely kind of like it, one step below. It's essentially, it's the same thing. So I feel like the city can lead by example in banning it, and maybe other residents will start to look at that and not use it themselves. Because one thing that does happen when we spray, all that goes into the ocean, and we don't need that for anybody swimming in the water, for the animals, for the environment. So I'm sure I'm forgetting something, but let's see. Yeah, so sorry, I wish I was more prepared. I wasn't expecting this topic to be here tonight, but thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. Thank you for revisiting this topic, because there was a lot of confusion, and this has been a very wonderful presentation by Jeremy to help clarify things. So we appreciate you revisiting it. I'm going to speak for two other people that were here with children outside, and they had to leave. So they left me with their statement. The first is for Tiffany and Jordan Zwerdsma, who spoke last time. And they said, we wish we could be here in person with you, but it's hard to attend these evening meetings with a young baby, which is why we are so unfortunate that the information at the last meeting was so unclear. Not just us residents, but to you council members who clearly stated that you were voting in favor of no herbicides. The vote that passed let in the percentage of herbicides into maintenance plan that my family is strongly against. This morning, our favorite Laguna Beach, we spread the ashes of my mother who passed from colon cancer, a cancer largely linked to herbicides like the ones in the maintenance plan. I urge you to reconsider of the newly elected maintenance plan to keep Laguna herbicide-free for the safety of our family and for our neighbors. Thank you. And then I am going to speak now for Amber Sparks, who was outside but unable to stay longer. Dear Mayor and council members, at last night's City Council meeting, August 12th, 2025, the discussion on the fuel modification services contract and protocol addendum led residents to believe the city herbicide-free policy voted in January 2024 would remain intact. Multiple council members expressed support for no herbicide, reinforcing the impression that the existing herbicide-free policy was being upheld. However, the adopted option 1 quietly reintroduces glyphosate, a material policy change that was not made clear to the public. In fact, an option to continue forward with our current herbicide-free policy was not even entertained. After the meeting, Assistant City Manager Jeremy admitted to several residents that the presentation was confusing, acknowledging the public may not have understood that was actually being decided. This is not the transparency our community deserves. The second part is, just to be quicker, in a serious policy change that carries significant health and environmental risks, glyphosate is classified a probable human carcinogen linked to many, many terrible things. Our fire chief has confirmed that it was working fine and that it did not pose a fire risk. We would request that the herbicide-free option would be put back in place. And I'm sorry, I'm not able to put all the words that Amber Sparks.
I think we got that
put down.
email. So yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
And for myself,
Oh,
as
sorry.
speaking as Amy Jackson.
Sorry, it's just our policy is 3 minutes per person. I apologize.
Oh, so I can't, I wasn't acting as those other people each time?
We just don't have a policy like that here. So
Oh.
it would be unfair for me to give that to you when otherwise we would have other people doing that. So I appreciate,
Oh,
yeah,
well, thank you for revisiting this.
yeah.
And I so echo what was beautifully said. I really appreciate you all standing up to be a light of
Thank
being.
you. Appreciate it.
Just thank
Thank you so much. Okay, next speaker, please.
Hi, everyone. First of all, I just wanted to say, wow, like 2 years ago, you guys came together and we were spraying Roundup like a lot. All like next to Annalise, we were spraying it all where I live on the streets. And I cannot thank you enough for coming together and voting to try something new in the face of people telling you it's going to cause fires, it's going to cause a bloom of invasive species. So I really commend you for taking amazing action back then. And it seems really insignificant what we have before us, less than 1 acre of emergent species. And we're going to use everything possible before we start using herbicides. I think it's a totally reasonable proposal. And I thank you, Jeremy, for putting it together, and Chief King. And I think there's some flaws in the proposal. I think the first flaw is that there's no safeguards at all. Right now, we're talking about 1 acre. It could be more, it could be less. We don't know as a public. There's total discretion after this vote for people to apply herbicide. And we have no say in it after this vote. So I think you all have put so much money, extra money, into doing this without herbicides. And now we're talking about less than 1 acre. And this is not a huge risk situation where if you choose to do mechanical and non-Roundup, we're going to have like this proliferation of invasive species. I mean, it's less than 1 acre. It's 4 species right now out of 16 in Laguna Beach. And I think the risk of allowing Roundup to stay in this situation with so little on the line, I think that's the big risk, because at the end of the day, there's just tons of people in the public who don't want Roundup. They don't want herbicides. And I don't know, it's not just Roundup, it's all herbicides. I mean, we keep getting caught up with glyphosate, it's all herbicides. And then so I really urge you to put some kind of like safeguard here, some kind of guardrails, not just have it like an open discretion. And the gold standard would be to just like, we don't need to use this for 1 acre. The last thing I just want to say is the problem I see it in this, what's going on is Orange County and Orange County parks. They are the ones spraying herbicides all over our green belt. It's not the city anymore. And I really urge you to investigate and talk to Orange County parks to understand how much are they spraying, where are they spraying, when are they spraying? Because I don't know, no one knows. It's like a black hole. And I'm putting in a freedom of information request, but I really urge the city to also go after and understand what's going on. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor Renagi,
I'm Scott Thomas, council members. I'm Scott Thomas, Executive Director for Laguna Canyon Foundation. And emergent invasive plant species are a different classification of invasive species. They're not your ordinary weeds. As the last speaker said, there are only 4 of them found currently in Laguna Beach, and they are listed on the Orange County California Native Plant Society as a high priority threat because they have the potential to spread rapidly and overwhelm our native ecosystems. Right now, these populations in Laguna Beach are small and localized. That gives us a rare and time-sensitive opportunity to eradicate them completely before they flower, set seed, and produce and become widespread across the landscape. This becomes a costly endeavor if we don't eradicate them quickly and effectively. And we have a real problem with our ecosystem at that point. One of these species is Stinking Roger. That's one of the 4 species. Has a great name, doesn't it? And this is in all of North America. Laguna Beach is the only place that this plant is currently growing in all of North America. And it is an invasive species widespread now in Australia where it never was before because they couldn't get after it. And so I think we hold a responsibility to, as a jurisdiction to annihilate before it becomes a problem. It perfectly illustrates why we need every available tool. If we don't act decisively, a small manageable problem could grow into a major, expensive ecological issue. As the staff report explains, herbicide is a proposed use on invasive species only as a last resort, only when hand removal or mechanical control cannot achieve eradication, with high exclusion zones around trails, roads, schools, and daycare facilities. If we take this tool away, we risk losing the chance to eliminate these species while we still can. Like other science-based conservation organizations and agencies, we believe that when used carefully with clear purpose, targeted herbicide use is safe and effective and necessary practice to protect biodiversity. We therefore urge the council to approve staff's recommendation to allow this limited, highly restrictive use of herbicide to protect Laguna Beach's wildlands. And I wanted to follow up. I've been working with Jeremy August 12th, I mentioned that we're working on some public hand pulling events in South Laguna. So we're still working on that, trying to get some dates down and look for some sites in South Laguna. And finally, I would just want to thank Assistant City Manager Jeremy for all this work and help balance the concerns of both the community and our ecological concerns.
Thank you. And I think we have a question.
Scott, could I ask you one question before you go? So I'm intrigued by those hand pulling events. So tell us how that's going to work.
Yes.
Yeah, city volunteers?
What we're looking at is essentially 4 events over the fall, basically on various sites in South Laguna. We're really concerned about fountain grass, and I think it's a manageable. This is the same grass that started the Lahaina fire. It's really a concern in South Laguna if you've seen it out there. So what we're talking about is just what sites to handle with volunteers. And so our staff would be on hand to kind of instruct people how to properly remove these invasives, to make sure you don't spread the seed, and to, really do a good job on it. So that's a dual effort as well. But those are, I should point out, the fountain grass is not on this list. This emergent invasive plant species are specific because they are small populations and can be eradicated before they spread to the native habitat areas.
Scott, if I can't speak for the rest of the council, but if I were to walk with Alan on the trails, could you guys show me all these could I easily see these invasive species?
The 4?
Uh-huh.
No,
Are they deep into the open space?
And Stinking Roger is an annual herbaceous plant that only comes up after the rain. So you'd have to wait until it rains and then it comes up. So we did take some of the community around to look at Oki bean, which is another plant. It's a vine that engulfs other native plants. So that is right by the ranch. If you drive into the ranch, it's right there to the right. I can show you that one for sure.
Okay.
Right near Aliso Beach, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
If you want to see our Stinking Roger eradication effort, it's right up there above the shooting range. It's all mapped out, signed out. The arborist has big signs up. Yes, I just saw it on my
Well,
map.
do we have trails near our shooting range?
We do.
Okay.
Yeah. Don't go out there on a Wednesday.
Yeah, but our officers are great shots.
Okay. So
That's true, Matt. Thank you.
Any other speakers?
Could the PD shoot the invasive species?
Okay. Hi, council members. My name is Amber Sparks. I am a Laguna Beach resident, mother, business owner here in town, lived here my whole life. And I was here at last month's city council meeting where it was a very confusing event where we were under the impression that the no herbicide protocol was going to be moving forward as was voted in January 2024. I understand after conversations with Jeremy, there's been a lot of explanation about the concerns about invasive species and how we are going to manage those. The Stinking Roger and its prevalence in Australia is not a relevant conversation to Southern California. The presence of these invasive species does need to be managed, but at what risk? Are we going to spray this glyphosate and really just use that as our method of treatment, or are there other options available to us? There's also an understanding that in January 2024, the no herbicide, we had so many people from the community here supporting that, and all the council members were on board. And the idea was that as long as it met certain fire safety requirements, that we would continue, that plan would continue forward. Yet a completely no herbicide option was never even presented to be voted on. We only had an option of this small amount of herbicide. It's slowly making its way back in. And so I know that there has been no revisions as of the August meeting, but I do think that there is a reason to put that up to a vote and have a completely herbicide-free option presented to the council and to be voted on. So that is what I would like to see, and I think that it's important because it's reflective of what the community voted for in January of 2024 and what we had hoped to see come forward. And that's all I have for today, but thank you guys very much.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it. Any other speakers on this item? Okay, I don't see any other speakers, so let's bring this back to the council. Who wants to start?
I have a lot to say on this, so I'll start. Bear with me. I'll get.
Before we do that, I promised, can we pull up that pie chart? I want to just address the one question.
Sure.
I apologize. I
No
promised that, so let's pull up.
I think it's the Venn diagram one.
Venn diagram.
Yeah.
This one?
Yeah, can you just?
This one?
So Jeremy, do you want to just clarify what
What the arrow is?
no, what's in the middle?
What's in the middle? What's in the middle is that what you see down the right will apply in some circumstances. It will largely be outside of fuel modification zones, but some portions of fuel modification zones may in the future have overlap with emergent invasive species.
If there's no other option, if you try everything, in the arsenal, and there's the only remaining option to deal with the invasive species is glyphosate, then that would be the circumstances in which you would use it.
Potentially, yes. Theoretically, yes. Per this policy, that is possible.
Or so then what?
Well, emergent invasive species are not. They can be anywhere in the wildland. What we're saying is, regardless of where they are, we want to treat them before they colonize. We want to have the ability to treat them quickly and rapidly. That may be in a fuel modification zone. That may not be in a fuel modification zone. These programs at a certain point have the potential to overlap. And I think that's what I was trying to convey with the Venn diagram. And when I take this section right of the program, I'm referring that the 4 bullet points to the right would apply in theory under this program.
Got it. Okay. That's helpful. Okay. Any other questions before Hallie gets started? None? Okay, Hallie, go ahead.
I want to clarify some things that I heard that I have concerns about being not exactly 100% accurate. We have shown over the last year that we've been able to achieve fire safety with an herbicide-free fuel modification program, and that's great news. There's a difference between eradicating invasive species and achieving fire safety. So what we're able to do in achieving fire safety is part of the fuel modification program. We haven't been able to achieve eradication of these early detection, rapid response, highly invasive species without the use of herbicide. We haven't gotten there yet. I didn't find the presentation particularly confusing, Jeremy, but I really appreciate you diving in and really clarifying that there's a difference between these two programs. There's a fuel modification program and there's an EDRR program, which is really, really important. There are other cities that have bans on glyphosate specifically. The latest information that I have is that those bans include exclusions for wildland habitat restoration, which is, again, different than fuel modification. It's habitat restoration, and exemptions for public works departments, neither of which we're talking about. But when you do look at these other cities' bans, look deeply into the fine print on those bans, because there is intricacy to those policies. I don't see this as altering a previous decision that the council made. I see this as clarifying a decision that this council made, because it doesn't alter the fuel modification program. It doesn't alter that protocol, which continues to be herbicide-free as long as we're able to achieve our fire safety goals. What we're talking about tonight is the difference between our fuel modification program and our EDRR program, which is really, really important. I certainly appreciate, Ramin, what you said. Right now it's an acre. Let's make sure it stays there or gets smaller, right? We can't have these species take over some of our wildlands. Sahara mustard is a great example. When I first started working in land conservation, Sahara mustard was not in Laguna Beach, and it is everywhere now. I'm not talking about black mustard, that's a separate species, but Sahara mustard. So we need to be able to use all the tools in our tool belt to get after these species. I really appreciate that we're going through all of these steps first, right? And we are not, as a council, saying, first of all, go straight to herbicide, just go straight to synthetic herbicides. We're saying trial of these different tools and trust biologists to tell us, this is a plant that can be hand pulled effectively or mowed effectively, and this is a plant that cannot. And that's going to change throughout the year depending on if a plant has gone to seed, if it's gone to flower. You're going to have to treat it different times, different ways. And I think we need to be really sensitive to that. The last thing that I want to say is, all of this really leads me to believe that the city would benefit from having an IPM that covers an integrated pest management plan that covers all of our wildland areas. How do we handle invasive species across the city, whether it's in a fuel mod area or it's not? That would be something that would require a lot of public input. It would be a complicated project, but I think it would be really important. And I think we could go as far as to detail out, these are the species we're concerned about. And, as I think you've done in the fuel mod addendum, which I support being adapted to be an early detection rapid response invasive species response addendum, you outline what species respond best to what treatment, relying on best available science. And I think that's a really good idea. We might even consider working with the Environmental Sustainability Committee to have them take a first stab at developing a framework for an IPM that could come back to council for input.
Okay. Other comments?
I just had, well, first of all, I'm going to support the action tonight. I think this is a very as conservative an approach as you can have and still, as you were saying, Hallie, keep all the tools available. I mean, I hope we don't have to use it, get all the way down to the fourth step where it would be a situation where we'd be using glyphosate. But I think the potential impact of these emergent invasive species, not getting our arms around those is way more harmful than if we have to using glyphosate on a very limited, less than an acre area. I would say that if it does expand and we're talking about it in multiple locations, I think it would be prudent for that to come back to council before. I mean, I think that's Ramin's point that, as adopted, there's no check. It could be 10, 20, 30 acres and it wouldn't come back to us because it's not in an exclusionary zone. So
I agree. I think that's a really good point, Bob.
I think we might want to put some kind of trigger on that. But anyway, I'm supportive of it for those reasons. And the last point I have is just a point of clarification. I on page 8 of which is the addendum, I'm just want to confirm because that has 30 feet, a buffer of 30 feet from trails. Is that 50 or 30? I thought I read somewhere else it was 50.
50. That was changed during the council meeting, but I haven't reflected it here. Page 8.
Yeah,
Yeah,
page 8. So that's going to be 50 feet.
Yeah.
Okay, so 50 feet for trails, 100 feet for schools, 50 feet for parks, 50 feet for street, 50 feet for waterways. Okay. So anyway, I think we should move ahead with this. We should talk about, I don't know whether you have any thoughts, Hallie, as to, a trigger where if it got bigger than an acre where we'd want to have it come back.
I would certainly defer to you, Jeremy, and our consultants. But my instinct is that, it should be, I hate to say this, but it should be at least an annual conversation that we're having here at the council. What are we using? Where are we using it? How are we using it? And what do we anticipate for the next year?
I agree.
And I think just as we measure success in percent coverage or number of plants decrease, we could use that in the opposite direction for percent increase or number of plants increase, triggering, and I would want to meet with LCF on it, but that would probably be a good numeric or quantitative evaluation to trigger.
We'd want to look at the number of populations. We'd want to look at the size of those populations and the impact to native cover.
Will that be will some safeguards be a part of tonight's motion then?
If directed, I could include those.
I have a thought on that.
What would be the best time to bring that back if it's brought back on an annual basis? Is it after fall? Is it before spring?
I'm kind
I'd
of
like to get
looking-
into a cadence.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at Scott and Chris. I'm not a biologist. So from a biological perspective, would it make the most sense to do it kind of at the end of the season, like early summer? Is it possible? Can I?
So hold on. So we're
Can
going
I-
to open up the public hearing again. You have a question for Scott about the timing of when it makes sense to have a report on all this. Is that your question, Hallie? Or-
No, I don't think that that's a question we should answer tonight. I think these are questions we need to ask and
Yes.
we need to come back. We need to understand them, right? And it is, when should that happen? What exactly are we looking at, right? Are we looking at the number of plants? Are we looking at the square footage or acreage? What are we looking at specifically?
So Dave, can I ask a question to you and maybe Jeremy? So how much money are we spending by moving forward with this mechanical approach for fuel modification?
Remember the contract amount? Yeah.
Yeah, for fuel modification, basically an additional between 10 and 15%. So
Remember what the total cost was? And it varied because they're spending a little bit more in the first year and a little bit less in the next year.
it's like 1 million versus 1.2. There's $100,000 difference
Okay,
between the two.
and So, I mean, I think we're making a significant investment here and into avoiding glyphosate. That's the consensus up here. And then what I'm hearing from the public is that what we want is guardrails where we're not going back to what we had before, where there was just like people in white suits going into the hills without any notice, without any basis, without any explanation about why that was the only. Because I'm also hearing from that we should try every single option before using glyphosate, but it's from all the evidence I'm aware of, there are certain circumstances with invasive species where that is the only option available. And then let me ask a question. If you allow an invasive species to spread, can it become a fire risk?
Absolutely, it can be if it is a species that is fire prone. We were talking about light flashy fuels earlier. We were talking about fountain grass, which is obviously not an EDR species, but it is an invasive species that can contribute to fire danger.
So it seems to me that, right now I am very supportive of this approach in which we're investing a lot of money to basically make sure that we are not using glyphosate as our primary approach for fuel modification. And then we try every single option that we can to avoid using it. But if it's the only option available, it's hard to justify how we could say that we wouldn't use it if it's the only option available, because it could potentially spread and that would create more risk and then potentially could lead to us having, to use it in a less surgical way. So, to address the guardrails, I think we should have a yearly report where we get, the number of times that we're dealing with glyphosate, and it could perhaps be a part of our fuel modification efforts in general to make sure that those are taking place. And then what I would support is that prior to the use of any glyphosate under this policy, a public town hall shall be noticed with at least 72 hours in advance, where city staff shall receive public comments on the proposed use of glyphosate. So in that scenario, there'd be, if people have suggestions based on, to show why, not every option has been exercised, there's another alternative that could be presented there. And, this should be informational only to provide input to the city staff in their decision. But if in the discretion of the city manager and the fire chief, there is an immediate need for the use of glyphosate for the fire prevention, the public town hall shall not be required. So I think that achieves the goal of where the public is going to be is notified every time outside of the exclusionary zones that we are using this, and it gives the public the opportunity to say, look, maybe you haven't tried some approach that would deal with the issue, and then the council is going to be involved in the sense that we are every year getting an update on that. And from our perspective, we don't want to be putting all this money into not using glyphosate where, we're just going to be using this in a significant way. That's not our goal, but our goal is to deal with invasive species and in the absence of so that would be my suggestion.
So let's walk through a specific scenario. What if a population of early emergent invasive species is discovered and it is about ready to go to seed? You've got seed pods that are ready to burst, right? I guess, and again, I would look to the biologists in the audience. I guess we need to be able to have that town hall quickly, is my point.
72-hour notice.
Yeah. So if that's something that and I look to city staff now, if that's something that you guys can turn around and say, okay, we found this population, we're going to get this town hall scheduled, implemented this week so that it can be treated starting next week. And in that case, I guess we would probably be cutting and bagging plants anyways. But you understand my point. My point is just that we need to be able to be responsive.
And we don't want this to get in the way of our ability to deal with that, because then you could potentially have to use more in the future, right?
Absolutely. That is how plants spread.
Dave, do you think that that's practical?
I understand it. I'm always concerned that we'd screw it up. I'm trying to think of I'm hearing what the mayor's saying about making sure the public is aware and the public has a chance to say, really, are you really going to use this? So I don't know if there's another way to do that.
That was just my suggestion.
Yeah.
Open to other ideas, but I think that it's a good guard.
And I like
guardrail.
the idea of a guardrail. I'm just also cognizant of, if this stuff starts to take off and we're waiting for a town hall to occur,
Yeah.
and in the meantime, it's propagated, and now we need to use more of the chemical.
Can I, as written right now in our addendum, Public noticing is going to occur at least on site, at least 1 week in advance. Adjacent properties will have door hangings posted, mailer notices at least 1 week in advance. Each notice shall include proposed date and time of application, name of type of herbicide, brief statement on purpose, contact information for a city representative seeing it. After each herbicide application for documenting and reporting, it shall be recorded in a treatment log, including date, time, location, name and concentration, name and license number of applicator, application method, weather conditions, observation on effectiveness, and off-target impacts. This record shall be submitted as part of the city's annual fuel modification report, but we could certainly make that available real time after each treatment on the city's website. It's easy enough to do that.
So Jeremy, there's a public contact there. What I think where the mayor's going is, right, what happens if is it just public comment that's received and filed, or is there an engagement that says, oh yeah, there's other ways of doing this?
My opinion from my experience, I think that this is an important subject to have a public conversation with and allow the public to, I mean, we might agree to disagree, but I think a lot of good has come out of a dialogue, and I'd much rather sit down and have a public discussion. We might not end in the same spot, but
So you think we could do it?
I think we could do it, and I think we should do it. I think it's really important to the community, and like I said, we've seen great results so far with what we've come up with. I think we should include it.
And if we have a full week of noticing already, that we've already got the time built in.
I don't think anything's going to come forward like that imminent.
Yeah, we probably
in a
missed
response
something.
cycle. Yeah, like
if
we're
it does, if
it's
it's
not
that
like,
late.
oh, the seeds are about to blow.
Yeah.
You know, we're not. I don't think
Why
we're
didn't
going
we
to
see
hit
this
that.
a month ago?
I think we're going to have some time to put a well-reasoned plan together with community input.
We need neighborhood watch for invasive species.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you know, there actually is such a thing. I'm just going to say,
Bet
if
there
you're
is.
concerned about this, please join that volunteer team at Laguna Canyon Foundation, where that is what you are doing. You are hiking the trails looking for these emergent invasive species. You can find them early. You can find them before they take off. You can find them when they can still be hand pulled. Please, it's a huge help.
Yeah, this might be a stupid question, but could we fly drones over the open space and see it? Could we, because we've got 4,000 acre, 4,000 what?
There is veg monitoring that's done by
Not if the city does it.
through the NCC, through the Natural Communities Coalition. And I think if the city has the inclination to join the NCC, I think that veg monitoring would be part of that. It's my understanding that the granularity of that footage is going to catch big populations. It's not going to catch small emergent
Yeah, of course.
populations.
Yeah, of course. Okay.
Does the NCC report out on Orange County's use of these chemicals?
The NCC isn't responsible for the application of really any invasive plant treatment. So that would be the county itself, which manages all that work, managing their own lands.
Would it be difficult for us to try to gather that information? It sounds like there's been issues with them reporting back
I
to the
think we
public.
absolutely could, but again, I would go back to the NCC and their IPM, which, this addendum is even more conservative than NCC's invasive species protocol. So we're already being more conservative and more careful than the large landowners across the state, I'm going to say.
Well, and I would be I would be supportive of having conversation with the county about their approach, because our goal here is to reduce the use of glyphosate in the areas where the county is maintaining it, which is a lot of the areas that our residents use. We have an interest there, so I'd be interested in adding that as an action too. So I guess the question is, is there support for the approach that I outlined, or do we have a different suggestion?
Well, I mean, if you have that approach, and it sounds like Jeremy is supportive of it as well, you have the town hall, then you've got to articulate who makes the decision.
The staff.
Yeah, well,
city manager,
city manager or designee. I mean, somebody has to make the decision. We're going to go with it or we're not, right?
Right.
Correct.
And then it would come back to you in an annual report that said, we made this decision one time or two
Correct.
times or no times. Yeah. Not that you wouldn't be aware of it otherwise. So the recommended action is, just to restate, sounds like it's the three things on Jeremy's list, plus the mayor talked about adding in addition to the protocols, the noticing protocols of the addendum, there's a town hall in the middle of that where people can have a dialogue with the people making the decision about this.
Correct. And I just want to be clear that that's not in replacement of what's currently in here.
No,
on
it's
the
in addition
exceptions,
to.
Where
In
if
addition to,
this treatment, in addition to.
in addition to.
Okay, so for clarity to the public, that's anything in an exclusionary zone would still trigger a council meeting.
Right.
So, okay, that would be my approach. And then I would add a recommended action about, and I'm happy to have a meeting with, I have to meet with OC Parks, which is not always anyway, I'm not going to say more about OC Parks, but I have to meet with them we have to meet with them. So maybe we can bring this up and understand what's going on over there.
I have a little bit of concern with that, just because I think we need to make sure we've got our own house in order before we go trying to tell our neighbors what to do. So maybe we can table that part of it until we have.
Well, I think at
this
the
under
very
our-
least, though, we're entitled to information without, our residents having to do a public records request about what they're doing. I think that's at a base level. I think that's fair.
Hallie, do you think the Coastal Greenbelt Authority would have any ability to research it and communicate with the county? I mean, we do have a representative from Katrina's office.
Yeah, absolutely. And remember that I serve as Katrina Foley's Orange County Parks Commissioner. So I'm keyed in with Orange County Parks staff and the supervisor. I think Coastal Greenbelt Authority would be interested in this topic. And I have to say, in the name of transparency, I think it's really important. These are nuanced and emotional conversations, and they're really hard conversations to have. And I want to take them one step at a time. I want to tread carefully and respectfully, rather than, blowing things up at partner agencies.
Because we don't.
Does that make sense, Mark?
Yeah, it does. And maybe we can talk about it. And Ramin, maybe we can chat about it as well in the future, make contact. And so the conversation doesn't stall, maybe we can just strategize about how to keep the conversation going.
Absolutely. And, I've always been really grateful to Ramin for your nuanced and, passionate but thoughtful approach to these conversations. So I'd be happy to continue those.
Further discussion. Okay, so do you want to make a motion, Hallie?
Sure. So I'll remove the recommended actions with the addition to the public noticing portion of the addendum that we would add a town hall to be noticed 72 hours in advance. Jeremy's giving me the one finger, hold on, stop talking.
What fingers?
Sorry, yeah.
The good one, the good one.
Recommended actions as written in the staff report or as revised in the
I think it's the simplified one.
simplified.
It's the simplified one. Thank you for that clarification.
I like that too, but one thing I just want to be clear about is we always we get a bad time on noticing all the time, even if we notice a month in advance. Well, you haven't told us anything. Well, we've noticed it for a month. But, when you give a 72-hour notice, people are going to go like, well, I was out of town. I didn't get that, so I'm just saying, I think we should do it, but you'd be prepared for blowback from the community because people complain about that.
Well, and I think what we would just do is there's already a 1 week notice baked into it. We would probably just attach it to that. So it'd really be a 1 week notice for the town hall, right? Or I guess
The flyers and the doorknob hangers and
right. But 72, they could be 72 hours after the first notice, but then 1 week before the actual application would take place, assuming that the feedback from the town hall, led to it.
The notice is going to require the treatment protocol in it. So we can't notice until we've had that town hall. So that's going to back that up.
No, so you would notice with that, and then you would say there's a town hall in 72 hours
yeah.
to discuss this.
Yeah.
And then potentially that town hall could lead to the idea that it's not going to happen, right? Maybe there's someone presents some new technology or new information, but then so I think that would work with the timeline. It wouldn't get in the way of that timeline, but it would provide more transparency and collaborative discussions with the community. 'Cause I think that's our goal here is to is to, we're not trying to just trick people into using a bunch of glyphosate. We're trying to have a shared conversation about how we can mitigate its use while also dealing with invasive species and fire.
Right, with the goal of, getting an annual report that says we never used glyphosate
Yeah.
this entire year. We didn't need to.
Good.
That would be the ideal
So how
scenario.
would you want to go back to your motion?
I move the recommended actions as outlined in the presentation, the simplified recommended actions, with the addition to the public noticing addendum that there would be a town hall with 72 hours notice as part of that public notification, not in place of the public notification, but in addition to.
And if I could clarify, is there a fifth recommendation about staff coming back about the appropriate timing of an annual review or no?
I don't think so.
I don't think that needs to be part of the
That
recommendation.
would just come back
It's just gonna.
as
okay.
the review. Good. Okay, good. Are you good on that? So I would second that motion.
Great.
Any discussion?
I just want to make sure that somewhere in here I was looking for, but that it's clear that the city manager is going to make the final decision at the town hall. So we vest him with or his designee.
Or his designee.
Yeah.
Or his designee.
No, I'll take that. I think it's very seriously.
but
Please know that.
I really appreciate everyone who came here and spoke about this. This is an important issue, and thank you for taking the time out of your lives, particularly those of you with young kids. I know it's not easy to be at these meetings, so thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, so all in favor of that?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, passes 5-0. Okay, thanks everyone for the participation. So now we're going to go back to, I did not forget about item 13, which is the awarded contract for design services for the Coast Highway sidewalk gap closures to achieve complete streets, Cardinal to 7th. Do we have a staff report from Public Works? Is that what you're looking for, Hallie, as a staff report?
I think I pulled
this one.
Pulled it.
Okay.
We both pulled it.
I can start as, I think, if Tom's coming up. One of the questions that came up in our discussion of this item is, hey, this is a great project. And just for the public's edification, this is a project that would design solutions for areas of town where we have sidewalk gaps. So really improve walkability. But the questions that I heard from council members in the briefings was, are these funds guaranteed, given what's happening at the federal level and the clawback, especially of the RAISE grants and the Safe Streets for All grants? Do we know that if we were to spend this money, our own money, about for the amount of the design contract, are we going to have the capital money at the end? So I don't know if Tom or Frank, if you have additions to that, but that was the genesis, I think, of Sue's call up.
Okay, yeah, I could add on to that, and then Frank can, if we need to go over any scope issues. But I'll add on in saying, today, this grant fund is a STGB grant that's administered through SCAG. We have not seen those funds being pulled back. We did work with staff to submit the extension request. We expect that we would hear back, I'm going to say mid-October at the latest, to get more of a confirmation if this will be extended, and then we would keep proceeding forward. I would add, this project being in our CIP is certainly something that if we were to continue on the design aspect, let's say regardless of whether or not the grant funds were available, this would be a project that, we could essentially call shelf ready, make us more competitive for a future grant if that needed to be the case. But ultimately, proceeding with this design would put us at a point where eventually the project would be ready for construction. We could also proceed through the the right-of-way acquisition, anticipating we would need easements at various residents. So I would say if we did proceed and we did this work, it wouldn't be money wasted. It may be a question of timing. Would we want to do this now or table it to some future time?
I'm just kind of wondering, because I think current administration said something the other day about canceling all grants that have to do with bicycles and walking. I just don't want us to spend almost $600,000 planning for something and we can't get the rest of the money. And that's my big concern. That's what I talked to Dave about, Bob and I both. And so I don't know, we can hear what the public has to say, but I have my opinions on this.
So I guess I'm confused now. Is this, so are you saying it's not a federal grant? It's SDG&E money?
No.
No, it is a federal grant. STBG is the
Oh,
initial.
SDB. I got so
Yeah.
confused. Okay. Yeah. So, but if, so we don't have an answer about that, the status of that is what you're saying.
Well,
So what I can say is that it is programmed in the FTIP, which is Federal Transportation Improvement Program, lists 6 years worth of transportation projects. In my conversations with OCTA, they didn't give any indication of worry to losing these funds. They actually have several requests that have come in that are being forwarded to SCAG to just extend the construction start date. So I didn't get any feeling.
Okay.
But obviously I
Yeah,
predict.
Director McAvoy and I have been looking at this too, in light of Sue's question. Again, the Trump administration pulled back the RAISE grant and the Safe Streets for All grant. The OCTA competition that awarded these used different grant monies, including the one that Frank mentioned, STGB.
STBG.
And then there's also some, looks like air quality money in that.
CMAC.
Right.
Yeah, ours
So,
is completely under STBG though.
Okay, so it seems like there's less risk. I don't know if there's no risk.
And like OCTA, they have Measure M, that could be a potential in the future, right? If we could have a shovel-ready project, that could be an opportunity.
So, right, anytime additional grant funds become available, whether Measure M or other, it's always helpful that you have a shelf-ready project. And so the fact that this project had been on our CIP list for a couple of years.
Yeah.
It got delayed because we did apply for the grant and that took some time before we found out that we were awarded. So.
Got it. Okay. Further questions?
Well, what's the, Tom said mid-October, what's the likelihood of an extension? I mean, when does the current grant expire?
So we would had to have what they call an E76 or request for authorization package ready for to submit to Caltrans in February of 2026. That schedule really, really tight. I mean, there's almost no way we'll meet that. And so we've requested that our funds get pushed into the next fiscal year, which is then would require us to submit the RFA package in February of 2027. And that allows time to complete the design, coordinate with property owners that are impacted. And
so we're expecting to hear mid-October as to whether
so
they
we're expecting
approve
to,
that.
yeah, they've actually already submitted a group of requests to SCAG. I believe that happened last week, if not the week before. And based on the process they've had before, they estimated, I think, a month and a half to get a decision, and that would put us about mid-October.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other comments? Okay, then.
Gonna go to public comment?
Sorry, I didn't know
Gonna go
that
to
the
public
mayor was
comment?
going to disappear all of a sudden. So we'll go to public comment. Any speakers on this matter? Oh, good. Ann's going to come up and fill the dead air.
Council, we are so happy that you're going ahead with this. These gaps are so important. The one from Cardinal Way to Ruby's is really a death trap there, and a man was killed there because there is no sidewalk. And so we've been asking for this to be part of the original Caltrans project, and somehow they decided to only do the oceanside sidewalks and not the inland ones. And so the city said that we'd pick up those 3 missing links, the one south of West Street and the one between Fifth and the hospital. And that would complete this whole circuit of pedestrian access. It'd be so important. And so really appreciate your proceeding with that. And the Civic Association had a committee that worked with Mark Trestick on the Caltrans job part. And for that reason, we got those medians, which are substandard size, but at least we have medians. I assume that planting of those medians is also going forward with a separate arrangement with Public Works. So we'll be overjoyed with completing this whole coast highway improvement. And we hope that we can continue to be involved in the details of those designs, because there's going to be retaining walls, and
Right.
we're going to want to know what those
Right.
retaining walls look like. And I know you will too. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, with that said, we'll turn it back over to the mayor. Is there any other public comments? None? Okay, we'll bring it back to council and to the mayor.
Further questions?
No, I'm gonna vote for it, but I'm just, I agree that we need to do the sidewalks. I want the sidewalks in where Ann described too, because I can't pick up my trash down there because it's too dangerous. So, but I don't, I'm just worried we're not going to get the grant. I just don't trust it. I just don't trust the guy, to be honest with you. Every day is pulling funding for some things, and it's just, I don't want to see us do that, spend $600,000 on the engineering and just have it sit there for I don't know how long. I don't know.
Well, there is an election in a little over a year, so you never know.
Yeah.
I know we don't know yet, but do we expect that the 5 million is going to cover the construction costs, or are we going to have to augment it?
Our construction cost estimates range between 4.5 and 7 million.
So the answer is no.
I think, it's very hard, as Ann alluded to, some of these properties may require significant retaining walls. And as we get into that I think is really going to drive some of the cost on it. So that's another important part of the design, is to get to a point where we can have an accurate estimate.
Okay. And then so it sounds like it makes sense. The design's not going to go stale, right? If once it's designed to Caltrans standards, it's going to, it's going to be okay for a while. Is that right?
Right. Potential changes in standards are not things that would lead to significant changes. So there may be a change in, let's say the type of truncated domes at a ramp or something, but that's not a significant change. The structural calcs for the walls, the geology, that you would tend to stay the same.
Okay. Thanks, Tom.
Tom, how much money do we have in this Coast Highway Sidewalk Gap Closures project?
So in this project, we had the $5 million in there. And when we went through the process to consolidate the CIP, we reduced that number down to 1 million. Assuming we had this grant in place, then we moved that money around to other places. So at one point it was programmed.
To be clear, we had 5 million that wasn't part of the grant. We just had 5 million in there for the sidewalk gap closure, or?
That was 5 million city dollars in
Okay.
our fund. Yeah.
Okay. Further comments or questions? I think that you really, the return on investment from the sidewalk project in South Lagoon on Coast Highway has just been such a game changer. It's a walkable community. And so, I hope we can make this federal grant work, but I think there will probably be opportunities in the future where if we have this designed, it'll be a benefit. And I just think, as Sue indicated, there's such a need. So I'm supportive, and hopefully we can keep the money. But, so I guess I'd move the recommend action. Okay,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0. Okay, so now we're going to consider the wildfire item 25, wildfire mitigation and fire safety report 2025 update. Yeah, you want to take a 5-minute break? Okay. So we'll go to Chief King or Sarah to provide a staff report.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for having us. My name is Sarah Limones, and I'm the city's Emergency Operations Coordinator. With me today, I have your Fire Chief, Chief Nico King, and your Police Chief, Chief Jeff Calvert, to assist me with the presentation. We'll be talking about item number 25, the Wildfire Mitigation and Fire Safety Report 2025 update, and with a focus on the funding section. So background on the report, back in January, City Council reinstated the Wildfire Mitigation and Fire Safety Ad Hoc Committee. They tasked the committee with looking at the 2019 Wildfire Mitigation and Fire Safety Report and returning in 90 days with new action items. In May, we returned to City Council and presented the status of the 2019 action items and the new set of action items. City Council approved the report in concept and then directed the ad hoc committee to return with the funding section completed, which is what we have for you today. As a reminder, the Wildfire Ad Hoc Committee was made up of 2 City Council members, city staff. We had both of our water districts, Emerald Bay Service District, the chair of the Emergency Disaster Preparedness Committee, as well as other external partners like our utility providers, the Orange County Sheriff's Department, and Laguna Canyon Foundation. This is important to note that this was an internal and external joint effort, and so the action items are realistic and attainable. We met twice monthly from February through July, and we held an additional meeting after the Rancho fire on July 7th. This was important to incorporate lessons learned as the fire resulted in evacuations, opening of care and reception center, alert and warning, and the activation of our emergency operations center. So we were able to incorporate items that we learned from that. Overall, we evaluated the progress from the 2019 report, and 24 action items have been completed, and the 16 that were still in progress have been folded into the 2025 update. We incorporated lessons learned from wildfires, both in Laguna Beach and outside of the city, new technology that has come about since 2019, and we included public input. In total, the 2025 update now has 76 action items, and they fall within these 5 categories of evacuations and alert and warning, fuel modification, public safety technology, community preparedness, and infrastructure. So with the updated funding section, we assigned funding terms to each action item. The terms consider the time needed to plan, prepare, and implement the funding and the project itself. So you'll see throughout the report, we have short-term projects, which should take 1 to 2 years, medium term, 3 to 5 years, and long-term, which are 5+ years. Every action item is also assigned a funding category. You'll see there are some that are categorized as already funded, which means that they're already accounted for or in their upcoming 2-year budget. We have non-city funded items, which means that they belong to our external partners to fund. An example would be water districts. We have some items funded by Rule 20A credits, which are provided by our utility providers for undergrounding of overhead electrical facilities. Some have funding to be determined because costs and/or funding sources are not yet identified. And then we have items that we would like to utilize the Wildfire Safety Fund. And this would be funded out of approximately $4 million allocated in the fiscal year 2025 to 26 budget. So now we'll go through some of the larger projects. We have 2 within the fire department I'll cover. The first is to hire a planning consultant to update the city's emergency operations plan. The current plan is from 2011, and by updating the emergency operations plan, we can also include an update to our evacuation annex, our alert and warning annex, and our mass care and shelter annex, which will have a direct impact on our preparedness and ability to respond. We also are requesting funds to expand the outdoor warning system for the addition of more speakers and sirens. We conducted a test of the outdoor warning system last Wednesday, and with that test, we conducted a gap analysis. We had CERT volunteers, community members, EDPC members, and city staff strategically placed throughout the city. And then we had them report back on if they could hear the alert, if they could understand the message, whether they were indoors, outdoors, in a vehicle. So we're putting that information together, and we're going to put it on a map so we can get a really good idea of where we want to install future speakers and sirens. Now I'll turn it over to Chief King.
Thank you, Sarah. I'm going to keep going down our list, highlighting some of the operational needs of the fire department. The first being is the purchase of Tablet Command. Tablet Command is a software that's being adopted by all the fire agencies in Orange County. It's a real-time platform that allows us to look at, through vehicle location, all of the fire apparatus, all the suppression apparatus in the command vehicles. We'd like to move to getting the software and the support for the software with the use of the iPads. The next item on there is the purchase of the IT equipment, the cabling for our new Emergency Operations Center. You've already supported the Emergency Operations Center and allocated funds for some of the furniture, for some of the computers, but we've taken a closer look at the facility, and we want to make sure that we're going to install an Emergency Operations Center that's going to be used and supported and have the backup generator. And what has been recognized is that the facility needs some additional wiring before we start on this project. So that's what that project is identifying. The next is a consultant to lead the development of the Community Wildfire Protection Plan. The department applied for and received a grant. The grant covers tabletop exercises, stakeholder meetings, and they give us a platform so that we can navigate getting this plan completed. The CWPP is incredibly important to have updated for not only the fire department, but for the city, so that we can meet the requirements to be a fire risk reduction community. If we achieve that, it gives the opportunity for our residents to have a better insurance rates or even maintain their insurance. So it's been a long-term goal of ours, and we continue to work on it. So the support with the CWPP would assist in accomplishing that project. And then the final item on there is one that popped up at the Rancho fire that we just recently had on July 7th. And if there is a fire in our community, of course, our resources are going to be the first to respond. They're going to be on scene at the fire. And what we found is that the mutual aid resources that come, they cover the stations, they cover and respond to other emergencies that are going on, that we put them in positions so that if the fire is going to grow, we have contingencies in place and resources where we need them. But what we discovered is that our fire road gate only works by the garage opener type remote. So we'd like to upgrade the technology there and at least get a keypad or have the ability to have our dispatch center open that gate with some cameras. I'll now hand it over to our police chief.
This marks the second iteration of this report that I've been a part of, and I want to express my gratitude for the remarkable input, enthusiasm, and collaboration that shaped it. Our new emergency operations coordinator, Sarah Limonis, literally, we put her feet to the fire, and she put this report together in a remarkable short amount of time. So thank you, Sarah. I especially want to thank council members Whalen and Kemp for their leadership throughout this process. I'm also proud to sit shoulder to shoulder with Chief King this evening to present this report. Chief King has served our community with unwavering respect, compassion, and integrity for the last 3 years. These aren't just words, they are values the chief demonstrate in action, day in and day out. Public service demands strength, not only in decision-making, but in character. And that is exactly what Chief King exemplifies: quiet strength, principled leadership, and a genuine commitment and respect to those he serves. The police department is always seeking ways to improve efficiency and effectiveness through technology. One of the first recommendations is to install a remote-controlled traffic signal priority system. As an emergency vehicle approaches an intersection, it has a remote that sends a signal to a receiver in the traffic signal, and it phases the light to green, which reduces the overall response times for our emergency responders. It also deconflicts two emergency responders entering the intersection at the same time, so it prevents accidents. Dana Point and Newport Beach have had this technology in place for a long time, and in fact, our fire engines have the technology that they can use in those cities.
Chief, I have a question. Would that, what you're describing, would that have been helpful when we had the fire a couple months ago? I guess it was July, when we didn't have any control of the light yet at Knives and Coast Highway? So that we could have just changed that signal to green and we could have gotten people off the hill faster?
No, so.
Okay.
What?
So
Sorry. When we initially explored this technology, we are looking to see if it's called Opticom. If Opticom could actually turn the signals all green and create a traffic flow out of the city. Our evacuation time study showed that basically contraflow in the city is staff intensive and dangerous. So what this does, it would allow our emergency responders to get to that scene at Knives Place much quicker, because it's phasing the lights to green as they're approaching the intersection.
follow-up question on that. Would that allow us to, because I know we've talked in the past about synchronizing our lights just from a traffic perspective, would that technology allow us to do that as well?
So that's under the purview of Caltrans, and they are in charge of the timing on the signals.
So this would basically allow us to override Caltrans in situations of an emergency situation. But
Yeah.
it wouldn't, but we would have to have a longer term, because it seems like if we're figuring out how to have that. Anyway, okay. Well, maybe that could be explored as well, but I agree that this is a no-brainer, so.
Yeah, this is when an officer, firefighter is approaching an intersection with lights and sirens. That's what activates the transmitter to trip the light to phase to green. And I've seen it in Dana Point where a fire engine's approaching and it flashes very, very quickly back to green if an emergency responder is coming, which for us, it reduces our overall response times in a lot of situations. Secondly, this is the next evolution of technology for public safety. Drones as first responders. Chula Vista PD has really been the trailblazer to bring this technology to the forefront, and cities are following in their footsteps. They've learned from a lot of mistakes, what makes the technology work well. And essentially what it is drones that are in docks that are pre-positioned throughout the city on rooftops. When an emergency call comes out, a 911 call, the drone will automatically deploy from the dock autonomously, respond to the scene. And Chula Vista has found that the drones usually get there in less than 90 seconds. And it provides real-time situational awareness for the officers and first responders before they even get there, our dispatchers as well. In this case, during red flag days, we could use the drones, in this case, to use thermal imaging to look for hotspots. So we have residents and other CERT personnel that are out in the wilderness parks now, walking, looking for wildfires, where the drone can do this very, very easily and very, very quickly, scan an area for any potential wildfires. Third is the Emergency Operations Center Dispatch Console. So currently in our Emergency Operations Center, we have the computer system where we have a dispatcher sitting in our EOS Emergency Operations Center, and she can look at what's occurring throughout the city. And she basically has two pack sets, fire and police. What we want to add is an actual radio inside the Emergency Operations Center that is similar to dispatch. So the dispatcher that's assigned there can dispatch for police, fire, and public works without having to get on their back sets. Excuse me. The last is the creating redundancy at a redundant emergency operations center at the CRC, where we can, if this critical infrastructure or this emergency operations center is not working, we can move that dispatcher to the CRC and vice versa in the case of an emergency.
So if we had something set up at the CRC, and let's say there was a fire above the CRC, so that's not a useful place to have the EOC. So we would, flip back over to here?
Correct.
Yeah. Is there any other redundancy that we would have to have?
Well, those are, I think, part of the report as well. Looking at adding generators to our critical infrastructure to make sure that we have the power for these tools.
Okay.
Thank you. So our next steps would be to begin work on the funded action items. We would hire the part-time community preparedness educator, and then the ad hoc will continue to meet and with our next meeting in about 3 months to assess progress and make sure that we're on track. Thank you, and we are open to any questions.
Questions from council? No questions? Okay, let's go to the public for public comment on this. Do any members of the public want to speak on this item?
Look, the hour's late. I think everybody knows what I'm going to say. It's basically a no-brainer. The one thing we can never be accused of as a city is over-investing in fire safety and public safety. It wasn't that many years ago when we talked about the lack of resources in our police department and some of the crime issues that we were having. And we, through a mixture of Jeff's leadership and command staff leadership and council support, we resourced the police department properly. And lo and behold, within a couple of years, we're the safest city in coastal Orange County. And now we need to do the same thing with the fire department. For God's sake, people, we still have a city left to defend. So if this is the most we can do right now, let's do it and do whatever further work we can as soon as we can. We'll never regret this. And if we put ourselves in the aftermath mindset, it makes all the sense in the world. The only other thing I want to mention is briefly, it's something I neglected to mention for the prior item. 10 days after the Emerald Fire, the UN Environment Program published a 136-page report on what they called extraordinary landscape fires, basically wildfires, in which they advocated for use of both mechanical and chemical herbicides to maintain and control invasive plant species and other vegetation that create a danger for fire. So, I mean, anybody who thinks they know more about it than 50 of the world's leading environmental scientists, I give up. So I think we did the right thing there, and I think we need to do the right thing here. Let's get this done. Thank you.
Hi, Aaron Bluso. I just also wanted to speak in favor of these items, creating additional preparedness for our city. I also wanted to just comment real quickly on a couple of the things that Alex and Sue remarked on. I think it would be great at a later date to try and look into if there's an option for us to synchronize the lights a little bit better to keep traffic moving on the highway. And I really think Sue made a good point as well, that if there's any way to automate during a fire situation, if there's any way to automate the lights so that we can get people out faster. I know that there was a big backup on Nye's Place during that fire and it took some time, and maybe there is not an automatic way to do that, but maybe just doing some more pre-planning and making sure that we pay attention to that during fire situations and get somebody there as early as possible before that big backup occurs. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? I don't see any. So let's bring this back to the council. Who wants to start?
I'll start. I did want to echo what Chief Calvert said, but for Sarah did a remarkable job of kind of pulling everybody together. But really, all the departments, were energized, thoughtful, and creative in terms of recommending new action steps that we might consider. In particular, I mean, for both chiefs, but the ones that Chief Calvert just went through, the improved reliance on technology and sort of, as you said, a force multiplier. I've heard you use that term before. I think is really going to be beneficial to this overall program. And as Matt Lawson said, and we've done a good job with this since the 2019 report, but we just got to keep pushing it along every year. I mean, we got it funded this year to the tune of, I think, 3.9 million, and it needs to keep getting funded each year in order to really have these things be impactful. So I'm going to be certainly supporting all of this tonight, as I'm sure we all will. But the one other thing that I did get a note on, and I see Mark McAvoy is still here, and I think it might be worth celebrating this one because it started in 2019. Tom's nodding his head too, which if item 17, which is, I'm sorry, 18, which is undergrounding Coast Highway. You all remember we set aside $10 million in 2019 of Rule 20A credits to complete the undergrounding of Coast Highway. And it's been a long time with SCE and Caltrans. But Mark, can you just let us know what, I think there's some good news on that. We finally broke the logjam maybe, or the logjam broke.
Yeah, good. Oh, good evening, Council. Mark McAvoy, Director of Public Works. Yes, we were informed that Edison did receive the permit for the project. It had been stuck at Caltrans for a very, very long time. But we were informed that the permit was issued. So yeah, there was a lot of effort on our part to help bridge the gap there, and we're excited that the permit was issued. Next, they have to bid and execute a contract, and so you won't see construction tomorrow, but trains left the station, it seems, so we're excited about that.
That's great. Thank you. Thanks for the update.
Excuse me. Bob, in light of the conversation that you and I had with Ed Almanza and touching on a bit of what Aaron just brought up as far as the evacuation, I've just learned that, some of the problems that Sue had mentioned with on Nye and Coast Highway, and I think that I'm convinced that if we truly get into a situation where we have some serious evacuation, that we're going to run into some issues. And I'm wondering if you and Sue, since you have some experience with the fears and peers, if maybe those people can help us better understand a true comprehensive evacuation plan that we could also use with some of the topics that Ed had brought up with relating it to our general plan. And, in the future, maybe it's something you guys could look at.
We certainly could do that. We have quite an extensive evacuation study that was done several years ago, but
and I understand that. I'm not sure if the study includes some of the realities on the ground that we had discussed. Some of the streets, the design of the streets, especially down in South Laguna, even the neighborhood above the Montage, the restrictions and the reality of whether or not, if a car's parked 18 inches from the curb, a fire truck's not even going to get through the street.
Right.
So anyway, I just think it might be worth a conversation.
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a couple things. One is, so we have hire a part-time community preparedness educator. So what exactly would that person do?
It's a great question. We've been looking at the amount of programs that we have, and what's lacking is our ability to connect to the communities. I think after the Palisades fire, we met with community members, and it seems like there were a lot of uninformed residents. And when it comes to specifically the evacuation plans, I think that what stands out the most is people don't know what zone they're in, and just having the conversation of knowing a couple ways out and how to be prepared for the next emergency, we could do so much better. So what we're looking at is getting a person on board and having them conduct those meetings. And that's one of the first priorities for us, is to have them meet by evacuation zone in our community, answer all those questions, and then continuously hold those types of community meetings so that we can get those questions answered and go and educate them in their own neighborhoods.
So we have a lot of those zones, right?
Yes.
Right. I think, I think it'd be more effective if we had fire personnel conduct those meetings. And maybe we could do it more in the wintertime when we're less likely to have a wildfire. And then people could get prepared for the summer months, or when we start having more fire weather, related weather, rather than hiring a preparedness educator. I mean, if I were coming, so I was thinking about this today, my neighborhood, if I had a fire captain there, I'd be really likely to come to a meeting and listen to what the fire captain has to say, because, invariably people will ask questions that really only a firefighter could answer. So, I mean, I'd be willing to help too. I'd be willing to help on, walking neighborhoods or whatever we need to do. I'm very happy to do that. But I just wonder, maybe can we just do this internally rather than hiring somebody?
Just to add, it kind of makes sense because, the worst thing in the world is when you have someone going and doing outreach, but they don't have all the answers, and a part-time person that's probably paid at a lower, like they're not going to have all these answers. So it'll essentially be, just them coordinating to connect them with, people from the fire department. So I wonder if there's a better way to help achieve the goal there of communication.
They're just going to ask questions in a way that only a public safety person could answer. I mean, I can just do it from my own experience. People ask me all kinds of questions all the time. I'm like, well, I don't really know the answer to that, but it's a good question.
Can I respond to this?
Yeah.
The vision and idea for this community preparedness educator came from when, after the Palisades fire, and there was just this large increase in interest. And then there was also a push to do evacuation drills in the city. And so the way that we thought that we could do that realistically is to have this community preparedness educator go evacuation zone by zone and basically hold these community meetings. And it wouldn't just be them, but it would be myself there. We would have someone from the fire department, someone from the police department to do a public education piece, but then do a discussion-based tabletop exercise about their evacuation route. So giving them, in this evacuation zone, this road is closed. What are you going to do now? It's 9 a.m., your kid is at school, what are you going to do now? And to have those public safety officials there as well, because you're right, people do want answers from a police officer or a firefighter, for example. So that was the idea, was that they could help create and promote and accomplish this program while also assisting with all the other public education requests that we get, because we do get them a lot from Boys and Girls Clubs, the school district, just community groups. So it would kind of help accomplish both tasks, because there is that request from the public for those evacuation drills. And kind of the options were do a citywide drill, which has limitations that, Chief Calvert can probably speak to better than me, or go this route where we hold these community meetings more regularly and do this tabletop discussion-based scenario. So that's where that vision came from.
Dave, do you have an opinion on it?
I think finding the right person is going to be important if we go ahead with this position. I do think you can find a smart part-timer that is going to be really dedicated to it. So I see this effort, regardless of how it's done, as being really essential to our planning for fire safety.
Safety is the most important thing, right? So I support whatever the experts think is the best way to go about it. It's just that in the past, sometimes our part-time positions have turned into full-time positions, and then full-time positions with another employee, with a third employee.
Yeah, no, I was talking with the team about that, how that's a concern. It's a concern of mine too. We do have control over that.
Yeah.
Through position control, my own recommendations and your own approval. So I see that as worth giving this a try. And if it's not delivering the impact that we need, a part-time person is easier to transition to out of the city government too.
So do we have like a pretty solid, like specific plan about what role this person would play, or is it more of just like kind of a high level idea?
Yeah, I have the program created, on paper and the ideas behind it, and they would report to me. And so it would really be, and it's also assisting with the community emergency response team. We have time right now to offer one, because that falls on me. This person would be able to offer more than one academy and grow and expand that and use them as force multipliers to help get the message out. So I do have a plan and what I envision they're going to be doing to assist me with this piece of emergency management.
And then you can focus on other things that are right. Okay. Well, I mean, to me, I think as long as there's a clear plan in place, it's not just, what I don't like is just throwing in because I think what we've done in the past in the city is it's like, oh, we have housing, we want to deal with housing, let's hire a person for housing. We want to deal with the environment, let's hire. And I don't know that hiring someone is always the right answer, but it sounds like there's a thoughtful plan here, and this person integrates well into that. So, I would trust the judgment of the city manager here.
I want to remind everybody too, especially if you're at home, we have over 400 part-time employees, and a lot of them stay that job and home life needs, and it also works for the city. So again, I think that there's an awareness, as the mayor's mentioning, as to a really clear job description and duties, and then an awareness of preventing job creep If we don't feel that's justified, we wouldn't bring that back before you.
Yeah, just to bring the focus back, this is item 28 on the list, and it appears on page 28 here. So it's hire a community preparedness educator to educate the public on emergency preparedness, fire safety, neighborhood firewise preparedness, home hardening inspections, and then look at expanding the CERT program, the number of CERT academies. There's a lot of work there that you know, I know that and a lot of coordination that is beyond the scope of what Sarah can get done. So I think it's worth a try. I mean, I think these conversations and comments are valid, right? And if you don't get the right person, it won't work. But I think there was thought and a plan put together. It wasn't just let's hire somebody because we can, you know, because we have the money in the wildfire budget. So I think it makes sense to move ahead with it.
Agreed. Okay, further comments? Okay. I think it's just great work all around. And as Bob said earlier, it's an example of, you know, all levels of government collaborating across different governmental agencies to achieve a shared goal. And I love how innovation and technology are a part of this. So I'm very grateful for the work done and looking forward to continue investing in this. And I think we need to find ways to cut back on other expenditures at the city and figure out how we can put more into this, because it's just, we're never going to regret that. So anyway, any further comments? If not, just Bob, you want to make the motion?
I would move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Good job on this report. Okay, last item of the night, which is item 26, discussion and direction to staff regarding an application for a coastal development permit to renew a 5-year parking rate structure. We have Alexis Braun, our Acting Director of Transit and Community Services, who will provide a staff report.
As Alexis is getting that ready, I wanted to thank all the people at home who attended our town hall meeting where this is one of those issues where we did have a big town hall about parking. It was attended to a great extent by South Laguna residents. And we talked a lot about what Alexis is going to show you. And then we also talked about the Aliso Beach parking lot. And that's not on the recommendation tonight because I'd be happy to talk with the council about it, though it's not Brown Act listed. We did list it in the staff report, but I just don't feel like we're ready to bring something back to you on that. So Alexis is going to focus on the coastal development permit or permits, two permits probably, that we'd work through the process for parking. And I think the city attorney had something she wanted to say too.
Yeah, thank you. I also just wanted to remind the council that coastal development permits are entitlements that go through a public hearing process. And so for purposes of tonight, I think the conversation is providing feedback to staff, helping to really craft what we see as like sort of the project definition, but not to provide necessarily your opinion on the ultimate outcome, because that's what the CDP process is for in the public hearing process. And you would have to have the evidence before you to ultimately weigh in. But this exercise is about helping staff know what it is that they should be what ultimately the CDP will cover. That's the process for tonight.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Alexis Braun, Acting Director of Transit and Community Services. And the item before you is the discussion direction to staff regarding the application for the coastal development permit to renew it for an additional 5 years. So over the past decade, the city has an advanced comprehensive parking management program to balance coastal access, reduce congestion, and support residents, visitors, and businesses. These strategies include adding 400 peripheral parking spaces, expanding the free trolley service and the micro transit service Laguna Local, and implementing real-time parking apps and marketing programs to encourage the use of alternative transportation and carpooling. So because nearly all of the city of Laguna Beach is located within the coastal zone, changes such as parking rate increases are regulated under the California Coastal Act. One of the Act's central goals is to protect and preserve public access, and parking management is tied directly to that. Since Laguna Beach has a certified local coastal program, the city is able to process and approve coastal development permits locally. However, any permit approved by the city can still be appealed to the California Coastal Commission for final review, while the city has the authority. The Coastal Commission maintains ultimate oversight to ensure consistency in statewide coastal access protections. So this is the chart of the city's CDP from 2021 through 2025. This is what was issued for our approved parking rate structure. So there was an immediate increase for all meters and parking lots during the non-summer months, and then a 10% annual increase each year for 5 years during the summer and festival season. So in addition to this, the city provided a Coastal Commission with the city's parking management plan, and the following were implemented, such as a tiered parking rate structure designed to provide paid parking at various price points, including free or reduced price parking in peripheral lots with connectivity for citywide trolley services. And the trolley services, there were hundreds of thousands of boardings annually that utilize the alternative fuel vehicles to provide transportation to and from all the public parking lots, including the 2 free parking lots to the coastal areas, and then also to more than 30 beaches within the city. And during this time period, a free on-demand rideshare transit program called Laguna Local was established, and that connects over 150 different stops throughout the city. A free parking app was provided to provide real-time parking availability to motorists, and the free trolley tracker app was also provided, giving up-to-the-minute updates of trolley arrival and departure times, as well as maps of service areas. Robust marketing and education programs encourage the use of alternative transportation, including city trolleys, OCTA bus routes, carpooling, and rideshare services. Reverting to the lower hourly parking rates during the non-summer month and only increasing parking rates during the summer months in the downtown and festival areas helped manage the parking occupancy of the goal to achieve no more than 85% occupancy during the peak times. So the current plan is similar to what the city is proposing for the next 5 years. So they did it was in last 5 years was a $1 an hour increase immediately, and then up to 10% increase during the summer and festival season. And the new plan also wants to go on the same route, would be a non-summer $1 increase an hour to the parking meters, and then $1 increase to the lots for the first year, and then remain the same during the non-season months, and then continue with up to a 10% increase during the summer and festival seasons. So these are the proposed rates if they were to increase the 10% for the 2026 to 2030 projection. So the city proposes establishing an additional 5-year parking rate structure that builds on the success of the existing parking and transportation programs, with the goal of enhancing coastal access, reducing traffic congestion, emission, and minimizing neighborhood impacts, improving quality of life, modeled after the 2021 to 2025 structure. So it'll be incremental annual rate increases, and then the downtown festival season increases of 10%. As I mentioned, there are some free parking options in the city that are included with the coastal development permit. The off-season Act 5 parking is free on the weekends, and it is a reduced rate during the summer and festival months. Mission Hospital in South Laguna offers free parking in the summer months after 5 p.m. on the weekdays and on the weekends, and then on Saturdays and Sundays during the off-season. And the trolley connects from there. And then the Summer Breeze lot is located in Irvine, and that is a free parking available Memorial Day to Labor Day weekend. And then it also, the city rents the lot for 1 month during the winter season for the festivals. And then Sea Cove lot is another lot that offers year-round free parking with a 3-hour limit. So one of the questions is, why does the city need to do an updated coastal development permit rate increase, and the parking revenue funds funds quite a few things within the city, such as parking enforcement and some other PD divisions, parking operations such as the pay stations, upgrading the parking lots when they need to be resurfaced, and transit programs. So the trolleys and on-demand are funded using the parking revenue funds, in addition to the grant opportunities. So some of the, as mentioned, the transportation options are the free trolleys around town, as well as the city's Laguna Local Microtransit connecting 150 different areas. And this is just a map. It shows the parking as well as the various routes, the coastal and the canyon route. So as mentioned earlier, the city hosted a town hall meeting here on August 27th, 2025. We had about 40 to 50 community members, and they provided very valuable feedback to staff for parking management. First, there was support for installing pay stations along Coast Highway, and these would include a 4-hour limit to encourage turnover and help maintain coastal access. And second, before any changes, though, are made in South Laguna, the city will need to obtain a Caltrans encroachment permit since the work would take place in the Caltrans right away. And third, the city will continue negotiations with Laguna Terrace to explore adding 47 new parking spaces in the lot on Coast Highway near the Montage. And the public really emphasized the importance of the transparent public process through this. So we'll continue to gather feedback from South Laguna residents for potentially the residential areas, spillover parking, rate adjustments, and time limits before moving forward. So the recommendations this evening would be to authorize staff to process a coastal development permit application regarding the city parking rate structure and other parking components, and authorize staff to coordinate with Caltrans to obtain an encroachment permit for parking feasibility in South Laguna, and to find this action is not a project under the California Environmental Quality Act. And I'm available to answer any questions that y'all might have.
Great
I have a quick
presentation.
question. When on the slide that shows the parking revenue funds, what the increases would fund: parking enforcement, parking operations, pay stations, lot upgrades, transit programs, trolleys, and Laguna on demand. Do we know what percentage our parking fees contribute to each one of those?
I can pull those numbers and get back to you. I mean, a huge portion of it is transit, the on-demand, and the trolley program.
Yeah, but those are also funded through grants, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Other questions?
I wanted to add on to what Alexis said near the end when we're talking about moving more into residential areas, especially off of Coast Highway. As everybody knows, and at least in the village area, the first couple of blocks of the residential and mixed use are metered. So we had that discussion at the town hall. Would we go into the neighborhoods of South Laguna? And I think there's generally consensus that yes, but the devil's in the detail in terms of what are the limits, the time limits there. So I think as Megan was reiterating, we don't want to get into the weeds on that, but please know that that's something that will be discussed as a part of the development of the coastal development permit. And it wouldn't be limited necessarily just to South Laguna. I think there are probably some opportunities in North Laguna and possibly around even further up, say around Legion or Park here right next to City Hall. So that'll all be part of the public process through the public hearings. But know that that's part of the mix too. And again, as I noted, I think we probably, this is Matt Schneider's advice, probably divide this up into 2 CDPs. There'd be a rate-only CDP because that's probably going to get approved faster and maybe not called up. And then then we would do a location CDP that may have a longer pathway.
Why would it have a longer pathway?
I think it's more likely to be called up to the Coastal Commission on appeal? Because remember, you folks can, through your CDP authority, grant the parking rates and the parking locations, but there's always a possibility that something is appealed. And then if they find a significant issue, they'd hear that. And parking is often treated that way.
How long is it going to take to get a Caltrans encroachment permit, would you say?
That's a great question. I have to get back to you on that. I think Caltrans has been really responsive to what we've been asking for lately. But remember, if Mark McAvoy was here, he would say they're also trying to get us to enter into a maintenance agreement for Coast Highway, especially the sidewalks. And we haven't done that yet, sidewalks and trees. So I think there's a little leverage that's going to go on with this. So stay tuned.
Further questions?
Yeah, maybe we can do a trade-off, we can take the sidewalks and they can let us bury the lines on Coast Highway, on the canyon.
Bob, go ahead.
I'm not sure what we can talk about and not talk about, given, what did you want us to not talk about? Sorry.
Did you say the Aliso lot, Dave?
No, this.
I would advise you not to express your opinions as to particular factual aspects because we have to wait until the evidence is presented to you.
Well, I would just, a couple of thoughts I had, and Dave talked about the scope of it. I would note that last time, we did get it was a rate only one and it got called up. So I think as part of this process, we really need to do a good justification for the rate proposal. I see what's here. I mean, I'm sure there's thought behind it, but a comparative analysis to other communities, up and down the coast. I took a quick look at that. I think it probably compares favorably, but we need to do that. And then the other thing that I think should and could be built in here, and Mark and I have talked about this a little bit, there are a lot of things in our general plan, in the land use element in particular, that speak to this topic of peripheral parking and, access to the coast and protecting neighborhoods that I think should be developed as a rationale for whatever we propose. Probably more, maybe a little less on the rate one, but maybe more on the location one. I think there's stuff Mark knows maybe better than I do, but I think there's stuff in our existing general plan that would support what we're trying to do with this, especially the location one. So anyway, I'm glad we're kicking this off.
Well, it just, to me, the compelling argument is that really our current subsidy of the transit operations is not necessarily sustainable, right? So they shouldn't assume that we're always going to have that. The way for us to continue doing that is to be able to, have our parking go up with all the costs that we're dealing with. So
exactly.
Overall, it seems like we're doing I think there's a compelling case here.
And I guess that's my question at the end of the day. So we have all these expenses associated, and now with the beaches down south, it's increased more, and there's less paid parking down there. And what is these suggested rate increases, are they pacing what it's costing us, the increases that it's been costing us for these services? And I know that we have other issues with tourist management that we're trying to implement and trying to get our arms around, all of those issues. And I wonder I don't know if now is the time to gather that data, or if you wait till they call it up, to tell them the story of, us trying to keep pace with the pressures that we're under.
No, I think now is the time, just for our own edification, but also for coastals. But as I think Gavin and Michelle know, I think we've expressed some concerns about how the gap, the surplus of the parking fund is getting smaller and smaller as the transit costs get higher, and that we have used the parking fund to do other things like capital parking projects. And if we don't have that anymore, that's not a good thing. So
Well,
we
the,
need to,
you know, the other thing is we transfer 525,000 every year into the general fund. And we also use the parking fund for things that really shouldn't be used for. But maybe we can look at those things too. I mean,
Yeah.
and we'd be able to raise the rates. We'd raise the rates in the Aliso lot, right?
yeah, I think, and Alexis is participating in I think a regional consortium of coastal cities that are all talking with the Coastal Commission about parking. And they had a seminar just a bit ago. We're going to have another one. You know, tell a little bit about that.
Yes, so the other cities, actually Laguna is kind of what the model for some of these other cities because of the transit program, being able to bring people to the coast and having the free lots and everything. So we've sort of set the example in that sense with the transit. But we do transfer is about $6 million from the parking fund to the transit program fund annually.
So our general plan speaks of peripheral parking and some of these things. So is it too much of a, could part of the argument be, well, we're charging more for up close parking in order to offset the cost, the free cost of the peripheral parking?
Exactly, and that's why we have the tiered parking rates. So we have.
And are we raising it enough to continue down that path and provide more peripheral parking?
I mean, that's what we're proposing, to kind of keep up with, to be able to offer the lower cost lots and the free ones. But Councilmember Kemp, to get back to you regarding the second CDP that we're discussing for the locations, some of the other coastal cities are struggling a bit more if they do not have free. If it's been free parking and then to make something that's been free paid parking. And that's kind of one of the reasons that we have decided to also do the separate ones because when it has been free access previously and then starting to charge for something that's never been charged before that gives you coastal access is another concern that the surrounding cities are talking about together. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because Mark, to what you're talking about, that's what that book by Donald Shoup, who died recently from UCLA, wrote that whole book, The High Cost of Free Parking. You have to get to 85. You want 15% of the spots to be open, so you charge as much as you can to basically allow that. But the Coastal Commission would never allow that. But regardless, anyway, this is a great approach.
Well, there's Pat's not here, but Pat was making the point earlier today that the Coastal Commission also sees an attraction in turnover. So that if you have free parking and somebody's there for 12 hours, like a resident, there's no turnover. But if you can have paid parking and turn it over every 3 hours, there's value to the visitor in that, value to the coastal access.
So
Wasn't Pat's point was that they got, I think it was in Hermosa.
Yeah.
Got permission to raise the rates. It's kind of almost counterintuitive. You raise the rates, but that causes churn.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Get more people to the beach.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, is there further feedback that we really need to provide? I think this looks great. I think we're all excited about next steps, and I think there's a coherent strategy in place, and we look forward to, okay, let's open the public hearing on this. Any public comment?
Hi, Aaron Pluso again. I just want to say I was pleasantly surprised. First of all, thanks, Dave, for having that meeting on parking. And I was surprised and pleasantly to see a lot of that documented in the agenda report. Kind of makes it feel like we're really being heard. And I think that we're on the right track with the Aliso with the Aliso lot. It seems like we are being heard, and it seems like we're also being heard on the residential aspect. To be clear, I think what I heard, at least, the overwhelming sentiment was that people were in favor of adding all the parking down South Coast Highway, but also in the neighborhoods, because if we don't have it in the neighborhoods as well, it's going, first thing in the morning, people are just going to be parking in the neighborhoods until the neighborhoods are full, and then they'll start parking on the street. So it's not an A or a B, it's an A plus B. It's a comprehensive approach. And so I think that that's really what the residents in South Laguna are really looking for, who made up most of the meeting. I'm concerned about the timeline here. It seems like if we're going to be looking at paid parking in the residential areas, we really need to start that process. I think Dave's right that there are a lot of details that need to be worked out in order to potentially make it work, but I think we should take a stab at it and see what we can do. In regards to the Laguna Terrace element, I just really have the opinion that we shouldn't be paying to add any more parking here in Laguna Beach. To the extent that it's revenue, I do understand that, but particularly at the Montage, I contacted City Council some time ago with this idea, and it wasn't my idea first. I'm sure it was addressed before. But really, we've got our entire neighborhood above Montage is completely parked out on the busiest days, even more than last summer. I also viewed that the entire Gelson's lot, underground and above ground in front of CVS, it was completely parked out by 11 in the morning, most of the weekend days. I talked to the security guard down there. He was completely overwhelmed. He could call the tow truck, but the tow truck would never come. They have no enforcement mechanism there. So we've really got a lot of spaces down there that are serving the Montage, and it shows with what's on the beach. I know we're close here. So the other thing that I think we should be looking at funding out of these parking revenues is some enhanced beach enforcement. I think that we really need to have on our weekends, we really need an officer for every stretch of beach that they are down there consistently throughout the day. I don't know how big that area is, but they should be down there. And then final comment, Dave, you had mentioned in the meeting, at the beginning of the meeting, that we need to have a city employee writing parking tickets because of, I forget what the term was, but because we are not a charter city. And you had mentioned that it's possible to change. And it may be worth a conversation amongst city council to see what's involved in that, because we really have a big enforcement problem. We can set the rates to whatever they are. Final thing. CDM, according to AI, is $8.55. At Big Beach per hour. And in South Laguna, we're going to be at $4 with this proposal. So I think per Mark's conversation, we should be looking and making sure that it's covering the costs and that we are in line with what other communities are charging.
$8.55 for how long?
Per hour.
Per hour?
Per hour. There is a maximum. I don't know if it's.
Do you have that slide, Alexis? Alexis has a backup slide showing that Bob asked about too.
So yeah, I mean, what I see there is they have a 32-hour per day maximum, but it gets there really quick. Right? Okay. You would know.
Very expensive.
Is that the state?
It's a city-run state park beach.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, I just think Aliso, for
The
instance.
city entered into a license agreement with the state where the city manages on behalf of the state, but it's technically Corona del Mar State Beach. So yeah, Newport, Corona del Mar lot. Daytime, it could be higher than that, or $7.75 an hour. And then the daily rate is at least 30. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Aaron.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I'll make this quick. Thank you, guys. I just wanted to commend you guys on taking action on this. I think as a resident of South Laguna Beach, it's definitely one of those things where, I'm on 8th Street, so we easily get overwhelmed during peak season with people for free parking. So my question was, and maybe you guys would be able to answer this at a later time because we're not allowed to do that during public comment, but what is the feasibility of the Coastal Commission allowing for residential parking zones in 8th, 9th, whatever those streets may be? And if that isn't feasible, what is the feasibility of us seeing a deterrent from residents parking on residential streets with new paid parking and turnover in those spots? Once again, thank you guys so much for taking this action. I think this is a great example of you guys doing an incredible job for the residents of Laguna Beach. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi again. I also want to thank Dave and the staff for having the town hall meeting. It was very well attended and the comments were productive and staff was very receptive to listening. That was wonderful. I agree with what Aaron was saying about the emphasis on the parking impact on the neighborhoods. And we want to make sure that we're not making that any worse than it already is. The other thing that came out was that Aliso Beach should be considered South Laguna's main beach, and that it should be a park as well as a parking lot. And if some of this income that's being generated by these increased rates could be used to make Aliso Beach more of a park, I think that would be a wonderful improvement. In the staff report, it mentioned something about parking on the ocean side of the highway only being proposed, and I didn't hear staff talk about that. Maybe that's one of the forbidden topics, but it doesn't make sense to me to just have it on the ocean side. It should be on both sides. Seems like if you're doing it, there's more spaces on the inland side. If you can address the issue of the residents parking, having parking permits for residents or something, because with the ADUs going in, there's more and more street parking all the time for residents, and we're really feeling the impact of that as well. And so we need places for people who live here to park. Thank you.
And on those blocks that go up from Coast Highway, so like, well, you can't park on West Street, but Eagle Rock, Second. Do you think most of those people that park there are they residents, or are they? My impression was some of those streets are people who work in some of those buildings.
Yes,
Yeah.
they do, but there are many residents who park on
those short
streets.
blocks.
Well, the short blocks, those are private, those are private streets, and those private spaces are under the control of the adjacent house.
But like on Second, Third, on the,
Right.
so like across from your building, that street there.
Yeah, Third.
Yeah, Third.
Yes,
You think those are residents? Or-
Yes, a
okay.
lot of them are residents.
Okay.
There are gaps where they're open to the public on normal conditions, but there are also a lot of residents parking on those
Okay.
spots.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
So Dave, let's answer any further speakers. I don't see anyone, unless Andrew wants to provide testimony, but no. So to the resident parking question, and then to Ann's question about the ocean, non-ocean side. So can you?
So Megan can correct me, but as I understand, our LCP does not allow us to have residential parking permit programs. But so what would happen is the shopper's permits could be purchased, and then we need to talk about what the appropriate time limit is, because technically the shopper's permit allow you to park for your shopper's permit payment in that space, but for only the duration that's allowed under the time constraints. So Aaron and others had offered thoughts about, well, maybe it should be 6 hours, or maybe it should just be 10 to 5. So these are all things that we could work out, and probably things we don't want to talk about today. But I'll talk about just as staff. To Ann's point about the ocean side of Coast Highway, that's something Megan and I have been talking about too, because the issue isn't, can we do it? The issue is, how can we do it with the infrastructure, parking infrastructure limitations? So could we do a pay station somewhere nearby that you would have to stop and get your ticket, and then go and find a parking space? Because as Megan's pointing out, the law says that you can't just do pay by sell. That would be my preference, but that's a social justice issue that not everyone is able to pay by sell. So there needs to be a ticketing, a paid ticket station nearby. But what is nearby? So happy to talk with you about that further, but that's the conversation I'm having with Megan about that.
So it sounds like the answer is that it's not like there's a preference to do it, not have it there. It's just a matter of what is allowed, what's practical logistically and legally based on, what the requirements are for, okay.
And safely, how do you safely allow someone to park on the inland side, say near West Street above Aliso, and get their parking pay stub, and not be dangerous about it?
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I understand that our LCP, Megan, we have this conversation all the time, restricts us from neighborhood parking only. But I think eventually, as we work our way through some of these other issues having to do with tourist management and capacity, and I'm hoping that the coastal starts to look at things a bit differently. And Aaron made a comment about adding parking. I think we should pace ourselves as we add parking, and we can use that to offset some potential neighborhood relief as we go forward. But I'm an optimist, and I think that we're going to be able to. Dave doesn't believe me, I don't think,
I
but
believe you're an optimist.
you don't get what you can't get what you don't ask for. So I think it's worth a shot.
You know, along those lines of, Aaron mentioned the parking below the Monarch Terrace, or is that what it's called? Yeah, Laguna Terrace, yeah. The people in Victoria were very upset when that deal didn't go through because they have no parking. And so they would like to be able to redirect some visitors out of that, because all they do is loop around in there. And we have a sign in there basically that says, no, there's hardly any parking here. So I think it would be smart to get it. That would really help with that impacted area, because they get killed by people circulating.
Alexis was giving me a verbal update on where that is. Do you want to give the council that same update on the Laguna Terrace effort?
Yeah, we're finalizing the agreement with Hometown America, and the basically the easement right now to enter the parking lot is not part of that property. So working with that with the city attorney's office right now, and then once the agreement is finalized, we plan to have a town hall meeting with all of the residents in that neighborhood, and then we'll apply for the TUP to move forward.
And when you say finalized, it wouldn't be finalized until they sign.
Finalized, sorry,
Yeah.
the deal, once the deal points.
The deal
and
points, the term sheet.
The deal points between the city and costs for leasing that space, as well as working out the easement issue.
But it sounds, oh, go ahead.
The other thing is on the Aliso parking lot, well, that thing is just a S show there, that whole thing in the summer, because at the north end, they sometimes have a guard who can't do anything. People just blow them off and they park there. The south end where.
You're in the shopping center now? Sorry.
I mean,
Aliso Creek
I'm
Shopping
moving.
Center.
I'm
Okay, all
moving.
right.
In the south end where where Gelson's used to be, there was a free-for-all parking there. And we tried to at one point, we were talking to Gelson's about trying to lease, there's 106 or 109 spaces and below there. We were trying to lease those. I don't know what happened to that.
Gavin was trying to tackle that and they kind of went radio silent on us. Yeah. And we figured it's summer only, so we could revisit it again in a few months, but we gave up by August when they went radio silent.
Mhm. I mean, that area back behind, so up Wesley, Maryland, Driftwood, Ocean Vista, they do get killed. I mean, I've been walking up there a lot and they do get killed. But it would be nice to get some paid parking revenue to kind of help offset some of our costs, because that's a lot of free parking up there.
Yeah, so stay tuned as we flesh this out further.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like that easement thing, that seems like that's going to complicate this whole thing. If you have a third party involved who has an easement right to that. I guess, so I tend to agree with Aaron in the sense that I don't know that it's actually going to mitigate the impact on the neighborhood that much. I guess the two benefits I would see is if the revenues exceed the cost of the lease, that's interesting. That makes it attractive, but also with the CRC, if there's an opportunity for, when we have events there or things like that, that could be a parking opportunity. So
Yeah, I think that's the key factor.
That's what I see, how I see the value there.
Yeah, I would be okay if it was exclusive to the CRC. Aaron has a very good point. I would encourage folks to go down to the Treasure Island Beach in the summertime. That beach is being decimated. And I'm afraid that if we just open that up to more parking, it's just going to get worse and worse. So
The one thing that's a little bit related to this, but what drives, I've gotten several emails about it. I'm forwarded to Public Works, but the Montage needs on their parking structure there, they need to have something that says how many spaces are available, because it causes so much congestion because everyone is lining up to park there. And then they all just go in, are disappointed when they find where it's a simple fix. So is that, we don't control that, that's the Montage, or do we control that parking?
That that small lot, that actually is a city parking lot. And on the app, it does have real time, but I've seen it before. So we'll do
But we need like a sign,
Yeah,
because those
a
people aren't
parking
going to be
pool.
where when they, instead of turning.
Yeah,
right
like
into
we
the
have in front of
montage.
Act 5.
That's exactly what we needed.
Yeah.
It would be such a game changer for traffic in that area because it creates so much chaos right there and adds to
Yeah.
the traffic. So that's within our power to do that.
We need to do a CDP probably.
Just to put.
But yeah, we can put that in the proposal. Yeah,
Okay, so do you need other feedback as it relates to all this? I
all
think-
been good. I think we're ready to go.
Okay, good.
Alexis, you feel ready to go? Okay.
Alexis, I appreciate you taking this on. I know this is not a rec job. It's really good.
She likes the challenge.
So I would, unless there's further comment, I would move the recommended actions, which is to authorize the staff to process CDP regarding modifications to the city parking rate structure and other parking program components. And then authorize staff to coordinate with Caltrans on the encroachment permit. And find that it's not a project for purposes of CEQA.
If it matters, maybe we should call it CDPs plural, just to be precise. So the direction is to everything that the mayor said, but CDPs plural.
To process CDP applications, not.
Applications,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, good. So
Second.
is there a second on that?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Bob. Okay, all in favor?
Okay.
Okay, thanks for the public testimony on this. We appreciate it. And then I think that's it. So why don't we'll do the adjournment in a second. Do we have any future council member items for future?
I have a question for Dave in regards to the comment Billy brought up. Would that be something that we would put on the agenda or have a discussion about first? Or, I mean, Bob brought it up originally as far as looking at how some of those dollars could be reallocated in the future.
Yeah, you'd want to have your 2 to 3 council member discussion right now if you'd like it brought back as an agenda item or to bring it back to discuss it as an agenda item. So you had 3.
To bring back how to program that extra
Exactly.
500.
Yeah.
So I think that makes sense that we'd want it, that has to happen at some point, right? So
But what would the discussion be? Because we need to talk about the larger issue of how because we just basically every year we get the community assistance grants and we go through the same process, but we never look at the arts organizations as a whole and
like a long-term vision.
what we
You
do.
could frame that up too, and we could bring the whole thing back.
I'd be
larger thing
supportive
back.
of that, some sort of articulating a long-term vision for how we, 'cause I think we should start high level and then kind of bring it. Otherwise, we're just going to be funding people in the short term, to Sue's point.
Yeah. Yeah.
I got to
Mark,
send it
do you
back to you
want-
guys.
Trying to
What do
think
you
how
wanna
to
do?
word that. So we're talking about the allocation, the distribution of the TMD funds that are the portion that are allocated toward the arts, right?
Well, there's two very distinct issues here.
Mhm.
There's the city money that we get, right, which is now the $500,000.
Yeah.
But then there's the whole other share that goes to the arts organizations, right?
Correct.
You know, LCAD. So I see those as two very distinct discussions.
Which is fine. I think one of I believe I heard you say something about maybe as it incrementally increases over the years. I don't know which pool of money you were referring to, but maybe that could be reallocated. Yeah, it was just.
I
an
think
idea.
that was the larger arts organization piece of it.
Mhm.
I mean, we could make this, I guess you could. My thought was that, you know, on the city side, and we should bring it back. We shouldn't debate it now, but, you know, there may be things that aren't directly arts related, you know, that we'd want to do with that money that is visitor enhancing. I'll give you an example, and Dave knows I'm going to bring this up. You know, with the boardwalk damaged from that car accident, the boardwalk needs to be replaced. We got trip and fall. You talk about trip and fall. It's all over the place down there. I mean, you know, so so I was wanting us to bring, I don't know whether Mark's working on a plan or something, but I was thinking we should consider using some of this city money for that. So I was going to suggest bringing an item back to talk about boardwalk, but we could bring the whole thing, what do we do with the city pot of money back and have the conversation.
Is that a good study session, Dave?
Sure.
Why don't we start with a study session and just have high level feedback. So it seems
Okay.
like that might be the best way to kind of inform this discussion, and that could turn into specifics. What do we think about that?
I like it.
So on the, we're talking about the city piece.
City piece.
Yeah.
So I get a sense 5 members just can nod their
And then we
head.
can all kind of share our ideas at a super high level and just see, kind of have a conversation like we're having right now, but in a legal way. Not that this is illegal, but just in a more
But are you wanting to have a different conversation on the arts side? Is that what you're saying?
on the existing arts organization side.
Yeah.
I kind of like them.
Well, why don't we just have a conversation about, this funding, and then different people can bring up their points, and then that can kind of refine it. Because otherwise, I think there's so many different ideas that could be discussed without I think a study session might be a good way to just sort of organize our thoughts and then figure out how we can move forward.
Well, let's bring both topics to the study session.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
That sounds good. So I think I don't know if you need you're good. Okay. So then, I think we're good. Any other items? Okay. And so we will adjourn the meeting. Do you want to read it again, or you already read? We'll just adjourn the meeting for Ann Johnson and, her lasting contributions to the city, as well as Pamela Goldstein and her amazing life and contributions to our city as well. So we'll adjourn on behalf of those two great individuals to our town. So good night, everyone. Thanks. And then we will come back to our next regularly scheduled meeting, which is, Anne Marie, when's that? It's October 14th, study session at 3:00.
Correct. It's not a study session, actually. It's the interviews and appointments.